Okay, live stream should be good to go. I'll get it up on the website shortly. I just got to get Samuel to do that here.
Just sorting out the eternal access support
Oh,
shenanigans.
yes, for sure. Be a pro at it at the by the end of this.
Honestly. Hey, Mark. Can you promote the other disability filibuster
Yeah.
into the call? Because it's not working from my end. Also, oh, it just worked for the other attendee.
Let's see here, promote to panelist. Sometimes it takes a minute. It depends on the day. So strange.
Apparently you've stopped the video, which means they won't be able to see me and I'm an interpreter.
Yeah, I'm trying to sort that out from the back end at the moment.
Okay.
There's just a setting that, pardon?
At least you can hear me. This is improvement.
Yeah, you were just in the attendees list.
Interpreter as well. Matthew,
yeah,
I think is here.
Yeah.
And then you have the closed caption person. Okay.
Yes, I'm here, Debbie.
Hi, Matthew.
Hi.
There just seems to be a setting that was in the setup back end that should have been different than what it was.
Debbie?
Yes.
So how do you want to do this? How
just typing to you in the chat.
Okay, perfect.
Mark, I'm really glad you're on this call now.
No worries.
So the issue is that they can't turn on their video on their own, and I don't have a way to do that myself.
Yeah,
did we make a mistake in our
Nope, there should be a setting somewhere I can change. We'll just take a look here and see what we can do.
Thank you.
No problem. There we go. Allow panelists to start video.
Nice.
So there's this weird random section. So under, I don't even know where it is. Oh, under participants. So there's the invite, mute all, and then more buttons. And if you scroll down, you'll see the allow panelists to section, and they can start. You can select to start video as well.
There it is. Okay, cool. Amazing.
It's just hidden. It's very strange.
Zoom is not intuitive.
So Matthew's going to do the first 15, 20 minutes, and then we switch. So I don't know if you want to put both of us up or if you want somebody to be in control and we'll wave at you and you can flip us. However you want to do that. It depends how many people are going to be on the call. So how many screens you need to have open.
Well, I know you and me can turn on our cameras by ourselves. So maybe I'll just give you a sign, and then I'll turn my camera off. You turn yours on. Like that.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Yeah, we can control it. So
right.
Not to worry. Thank you. So
all
Matt's going to start. Awesome.
Thanks, folks. Still can't seem to add Fenrir.
Yeah, I just tried again, and I keep getting a little message that says Disability Filibuster will be rejoining the webinar as the panelist. So maybe we'll try if they can log out and log back in, and we'll see if that works. Perfect. And the live stream's up on the website too.
Amazing.
And it's up on YouTube as well. So I'll just put a streaming link in the chat here.
Fabulous. And I'll drop that on Facebook.
Excellent. Okay, and then we'll just get Fenrir set up and we should be set.
Thanks, Mark.
Anytime. Nope, that's what I'm here for sure. If anything comes up throughout the evening, I'm never that far from a computer, so just feel free to send me an email or text me, and I will see what I can do.
Awesome.
Yeah, we'll get Fenrir set up and be good to go.
Yes. It is much smoother this time than last week.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, at least we are like good to go now. So
yeah.
Okay, so, and I just saw, okay, perfect.
Hello.
I think it worked this time. Okay.
Oh, yay. Cool.
Yeah. I helps if you're not logged into separate Zoom accounts, like different Zoom accounts on the browser versus the app.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, I think we're all set. Best of luck Sunday. I'll try to tune in if I can. I've got a couple things, but we'll see. But yeah, anything comes up, just shoot me an email, let me know, and I'll do what I can to help.
Absolutely. Thanks so much again.
Right, anytime. Have a good one.
Bye.
What's the official start time then?
1 p.m. Pacific.
Yeah, that's the hour.
So we cut a little breathing space. That's lovely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Allotted breathing space. Very important.
Yeah. For exactly these kinds of technical issues.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to move my phone out. So phone, the one that makes noise.
Totally. Oh yeah, I'm going to. Fen, I'll do my best not to step on your toes in tech things.
Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, we'll see with the spotlight settings stuff. I will manage that because I do know when we did it previously, the only time you needed to spotlight an interpreter was if a screen was sharing. It would always show it. So long as the camera was on, that person would show in the stream.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So we'll see if that works today, if it's like a different setting and then we have to like manually do the spotlighting. But otherwise, we should be good.
Cool.
I'm just making my list of names.
Yeah, I think if you saw Ramona is canceled, but the rest should all be up to date and include everyone we need.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes. So
it's Mary Jane McCollum. I just wanted to get on, so I'm not scrambling at the last minute. I'm just working in the office here.
Absolutely. So we're going to have Evelyn from BC ANDS do an official kind of opening and welcome for us. And then Catherine will introduce you, and then you can make whatever statements you wish at that point. Okay. Just as a heads up for our plans for the next little bit here. And we officially start at 1 p.m. Pacific. Are you in Eastern time?
I am on Central time.
Central time.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's going to be 3 o'clock pretty soon.
Gotcha. Yeah.
10 more minutes, but I just wanted to get on and not worry about, I know sometimes they don't let us on till the last minute.
I figured that you wanted to be prepared and be comfortable. So just wanted to let you in as soon as I saw your name there.
Okay. So I'll just wait then, and I'll stop the video, but I will be watching. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, I just want to make sure. So we need those 3 documents, like the song. You guys are gonna be going through all that, right? The 3
Yeah.
men talking and okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Just making sure I have everything open.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's the song Stop Bill C7 Now. There's the 3 men talking document. And then I also sent you the schedule so that you just have all of the names as they come up.
And Matthew,
Perfect.
when you're off, if you want to have a look at the poem, that's the 3 men talking.
Right.
And when I'm off, I'll practice the song. And hopefully when it's our switch turn, that's what will actually come up.
Right.
Right.
We will have plenty of lead time for us introducing them. If it's not naturally set up so that it works out that way, y'all will have plenty of time to switch, I think.
Super. Thank you. What is your name?
My name is Q. Oh, I should actually
Spell.
fix that here.
How do you spell your name, Q?
The letter.
Just the letter Q. Oh, there you are, right there on the. I see you on the agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And I just spoke with Spring on the phone. Okay, we're good. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Debbie.
Q, what does MAID stand for?
Medical assistance in dying.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hello, I see Evelyn and Senator McCallum on the line. It's Catherine Fuzzy will be starting very soon. Thank you very much for joining us, both of you.
Thank you for having me.
It's a great honor for us. So we will wait until we hear a signal from our production crew, and you see we have a couple more minutes till the hour, so it will be soon. Thank you.
Make sure my phone is off.
Yes, a good reminder for all of us.
Yeah. Okay. How long will this go on, like with the whole filibuster?
Broadcast?
Yeah.
This broadcast will go for 4 hours approximately, and then we expect to have one more next week. And each week we evaluate based on the financing that we have remaining for all of our services. So we will go for as long as the piggy bank holds up.
Oh, okay.
We had a bit of funds left over after the intense period of the filibuster. And so we thought we should use that for planning and for processing.
Yeah.
With the community.
It's good to plan for the next steps.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah.
So, Q, are we ready to start, do you think?
Can we just have 2 more minutes to sort out a couple more things, and then we should be all good to go?
I'm sure that's okay with everyone. If not, they'll let us know.
Just doing a couple more background things here. And then we'll be good to go there. Okay, if you want to get us started, Catherine.
Okay, wonderful. Well, welcome everyone. Welcome to a modest reboot or revival of the Disability Filibuster without the 24-hour marathon dynamic. I am Catherine Frazee, broadcasting from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people, where I am privileged to live as a settler. As is our practice, we'll begin this afternoon with words of welcome and acknowledgement, and I'll call upon Evelyn Hutchins in just a moment. First, I'd like to tell you that Evelyn is a member of the Hanigwata Chilcotin people of the Nimaya Nation. She is the national coordinator for the British Columbia Aboriginal Network on Disability Society, an internationally recognized and award-winning Indigenous disability organization. Evelyn.
Thanks, Catherine. Thanks for introducing me, and thank you for allowing me to take part in this today. So I would as well like to do an acknowledgement, and I'd like to acknowledge with respect the Lekwungen peoples, also known as the Esquimalt and Songhees First Nations, on whose traditional territories BCANS stands. I want to give thanks to the Lekwungen people for giving me the opportunity to live, work, and play on these lands. I also want to give thanks to their ancestors for looking after and passing on their cultural teachings of this amazing and beautiful place. Lekwungen people have been caretakers of this land for thousands of years, and for that I'm thankful. Lastly, I would also like to recognize the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the First Nations, whose territories all of you reside on today. Territorial acknowledgements show recognition and respect for Indigenous peoples, both in the past and the present. Recognition and respect are essential elements to establishing healthy reciprocal relationships. And these relationships are key to reconciliation. So thank you for allowing me to give this appreciation today. And I hope that you have a great meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Evelyn. And I hope that you will feel welcome to stay with us for as much of this broadcast as you wish. It is now my great honor to introduce Senator Mary Jane McCallum, who has joined us today. Dr. McCallum is a First Nations woman of Cree heritage and an advocate for social justice. Over the course of her distinguished career and prior to her appointment to the Senate, Dr. McCallum provided dental care to First Nations communities across Manitoba. If I may take a moment, I'd like to say that 2 days ago, Senator McCallum, and not for the first time, raised her voice in eloquent objection to Bill C-7. Senator McCollum, you stood with us when too many turned away. And your words resonated powerfully for me, as I know they will with the filibuster community, when you called us into the great circle of Indigenous and settler efforts to progress toward a vision of a socially just world that benefits all people. Senator McCollum, we are honored by your presence among us today, and we welcome your guidance as we reflect on the work that we have done and the road that lies ahead.
Thank you. I want to begin to tell you that I have with me my eagle feather, and I have it with me today because this is offered in prayer, what I'm going to say, and that I did a smudge and to make sure that I had good energy and that that I carry myself with grace and dignity. I want to thank you for giving me the privilege and opportunity to take part in your filibuster. I am honored to be a part of how you express the soul and spirit of your community through your collective action and activism during and after C7. I understand that you energized your collective action from your homes, your kitchens, your beds, by sharing your passion for justice and love. Remember that no wrong comes from such love, only good. As human beings, we all do the best we can with the parts we play in this moment and give it to the Creator to do what needs to be done with it, and we let it go. It's not to say we're giving up, but we are not in charge. The Creator or God is, and He knows what needs to be done. I've learned to let go many times in my life and wait for the next opportunity because it will come. And the opportunity will be presented in a new way, and it will guide us on how we will be able to deal with it. This letting go gave me such a sense of freedom because I have faith that when we do our work, that the ones that have passed on, our ancestors, are all with us today. And at the moment when we have such resistance and fight within us, letting go has not let me down yet. At this moment, what is important to acknowledge is that life is the stories, the humor, the songs, the laughter, the grief, the tears that you shared after the vote, and that these are now vital and instrumental in your next steps to let the world know how precious you all are. When we gather as a collective and we talk, cry, laugh, we actually practice magic. That magic can influence us in many different ways. This magic energizes us to see how many people of diverse backgrounds are involved in this virtual sit-in, how it will move us into action, to meditate about what has happened, why it happened, and what comes next. You ask yourselves how C7 connected with your regular lives. It connects because it illustrates the possibility and the power of diversity in community. We learn to turn it into a metaphor for coalition, for further organization. When I say community, I'm now including the Indigenous community and Senate, who will be standing alongside you. I want to share a teaching about stones with you. How many of us like to pick up stones as we walk? Picking up stones is one of my favorite activities, and I have done it all my life. I pick up stones as I walk and take them home. Why did I choose that stone? Because it calls out to us. It calls out to me. The stones I pick up are usually by the water, have been carried there and have felt the motion of the water. They are hungry to move. So they call out to us to pick them up, to take them home, or throw them far out in the water. It's the first time they've gotten to move in thousands of years. The teacher continues, there's spirit in creation and everything has a voice. If only we have the ears, or in this case, the spirit to hear. In the Senate office, we receive many gifts from many organizations. A pen I received this past November came from the disability community, and I don't have it on today because I left it in Senate. Didn't realize how, I thought I'd be back there, but haven't been. And I asked James Campbell, the Director of Parliamentary Affairs I work with, and who's listening today, to contact the organization and ask if we could do a 3-minute statement on disability for them as a gift back to you. We received a statement from Mr. Belanger, and until that moment, I hadn't thought about the effect of C7 on the disability community. We did the statement, and I asked James to contact Neil to see if he was interested in meeting with our office on C7, and the rest is history. The reason I connect the story of the stones and the meeting with the disability community was that it was time for the two of us to meet, to pick each other up, and to bring you home to set it. So we could be your voice. It was time for us to move in a different way. We are in this together for the long haul as allies. My office needs to learn from you, stand beside you, side by side. We need to ask ourselves, what is the hidden opportunity that lies after the vote on C7? If C7 had been defeated, where would we be? Would we continue to have the opportunity to have the ears of the politicians, the parliamentarians, and the public? I think not. Was it truly defeat? I say no. You are in an unprecedented part of history where your voices are on the Senate floor and hard fought by some senators, and that voice will now be sustained. You are in an unprecedented part of history where you can form allies with different groups across Canada. For example, the Indigenous, the Black, the people of color, the LGBTQ. C7 can be the launch to symbolize your efforts in your lifetime of experiences. It could be a disempowering moment, but why would we want to go there? It's an opportunity to not allow the conversation to die down. You have 2 years, or we have 2 years to make the case before the next phase of C7. And your voices are on the floor. There are no coincidences, no disconnected acts. I wanted to speak to you about victimhood. As a Cree woman who went to residential school, I have my stories of trauma. I argue that women as victim construction is disempowering. I don't regard myself as a vulnerable, passive victim, but as a strong, capable agent. But I still experience victimization in many different contexts, including laws like the Indian Act. The victim identity itself is psychologically, socially, and politically demoralizing. I cannot afford to see myself solely as victim because my survival depends on the continued exercise of the personal and spiritual powers I possess that were given to me by the Creator. And I need those, especially in Senate when we speak in minority. By the same token, I extend the same analogy to the disability community. So do the disability community and Indigenous people want protection from the state in C7? It may have the unintended effect of bolstering the paternalistic law and order agenda, where amendments to the criminal law render the disability community and Indigenous peoples as vulnerable subjects that require protection, hence safeguards, by the state. While these amendments may touch on issues that are of concern to the disability community and Indigenous peoples, there are no corresponding proposals to promote their civil rights, their mobility, their freedom, their bodily integrity, their substantive equality, or other rights they deserve. When we enlist state intervention on C7, the rights-bearing status that may be a qualified one, namely one that exists only to the extent that it is reconcilable with the idea of state-sponsored patriarchal protection of both groups. This would be at odds with the effort to constitute the disability community and Indigenous peoples as self-determining agents. Is that not what we are? We are not disempowered and helpless, and we have been able to resist, accommodate, and work through multi-layered experiences. So then, how does the state respect, not protect the disability community and the Indigenous peoples? That is a conversation that needs to be had. In closing, I want to share a private and personal moment with you. My daughter sent me a card that said, one day she realized she was more than a survivor. And this is how the card looks. I don't know if you can see it. And one day she realized she was more than a survivor because of my 11 years at residential school and my status as an Indigenous woman. I didn't realize until that moment how often I thought of myself as a victim, and she helped me to see another side of myself that I hadn't seen. She wrote, quote, "You have a fight and passion within you, and you stick to your principles. Thank you for being such a warrior. It is an honor and privilege to have you as an example and role model." I want to thank each and every one of you for giving me the honor and privilege to have you, the disability community, as examples and role models of warriors. Kinanaskomit. Thank you.
My goodness, thank you, Senator McCallum. That was such a powerful and thoughtful and wise and helpful message for all of us as we begin the next phase of this journey. Thank you for bringing us into the Senate, for bringing us into your sphere of understanding, and for sharing the message that you have brought to us today, which will resonate, I know, for each of us throughout the day and in the days ahead. It's a great honor for all of us to have a friend like you in the Canadian Senate. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Senator McCallum, you are most welcome, of course, anytime to stay with us, to engage in the conversations that are going to follow and that you have set the tone for so beautifully. We understand that you also have many demands on your time, so we leave that invitation on the floor for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to say a word to Senator McCallum while she's here with us?
I'm going to stay for a while.
I would just also like to say thank you very, very much for your very profound message. It's appreciated. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. All right, so our plan today, as always with the filibuster, is a fluid plan, but we would like to start out with a conversation. And really that conversation has begun with Senator McCallum's reflections and with the framing that she offered us, which I wasn't able to write it down precisely, but what has just happened? What did it mean? And what happens next? It's maybe a good framing for our conversation. So we have several people on board, and really, I think any of you is welcome to speak out. Several of you were encouraged to give this some preparatory thought, both from the perspective of having worked very hard on the design and behind the scenes and in the thick of the action for the filibuster, and several of you who were observing and taking it in from out there in the virtual world. I see Emil Joseph, you have joined us, and I know Spring and Q are here, and if I can make my screen bigger, perhaps I'll see more folks who are present, but I would suggest that we open things up. I know Gabrielle also has a statement to bring to the conversation, and Spring, you'll do that when it seems the appropriate moment on Gabrielle's behalf. Garth, I see you're here also. Never a man who's shy for words.
Hi.
Were you present for the senator's reflection, Garth?
I was really moved by the thoughtfulness of that. And, the thing that was ringing around in my head this morning was so much less wise and smart. I think it was on Twitter, I saw somebody saying, well, don't worry, you all are resilient. And I was just thinking about how that word is such it has a backhand to it, and to me, I've always heard that word like, oh, you know how to take a punch, and yeah, it's true. I do. We've all kind of learned a little bit how to take a punch, but I'd rather people stop punching down at us, so I think, yeah, we always got to honestly assess where our movements are, like whatever movement for rights and dignity we're working in. So we got to know when we lose on one thing, and we got to not be demobilized by it. And so it's finding our own reserves and looking to the longer traditions of struggle that we're a part of, I think, and struggles that are walking in parallel and that we're walking in solidarity with, or that we travel through the world with. And I guess that's what I was thinking of this morning, is right after losing something, I try to back up and think of history is full of losses and full of the next fight the next time, and that I don't need somebody from outside of us telling us to be resilient, because it feels like a backhand to me.
Right. Yeah, good observation.
Catherine,
Spring, yes, go ahead.
would this be maybe a good time to read Gabrielle's sort of opening statement?
Yes, absolutely.
And I have it here, so when I can do that, I can read it. I think it's a very good sort of launching pad to the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
So should I go ahead and do that? Okay.
Yes.
So I'm reading this on behalf of Gabrielle Peters. She's here today, but she is unable to speak right now. So, but Gabrielle was a very big part of organizing the disability filibuster, and she has really been a driving force behind a lot of the work that's happened with Bill C7 and working So she has prepared some comments for just to sort of to start our panel or conversation off. And she says, "For me, by the time royal ascent happened, my brain had already shifted. Grief, of course, is a recurring visitor, but I've mostly shelved my rage away for now, and I'm feeling the need to focus on some practical things. Perhaps it's my own projection, but I want to give people tangible tools for surviving and coping while under this threat. For me, those things are a toolkit for people who want to organize in their area. Specifically, right now, I've been working on documents for public education, for contacting and engaging with politicians, local community organizations, and a media relations 101 component. The other thing that I've been working on has to do with feelings I've heard expressed by many on social media, and that I have myself about not feeling safe to go to the hospital or medical appointments. I don't quite know why Canadians have failed to grasp that the very act of being offered death by the people who are supposed to help your health is incredibly traumatizing. But as someone who's been in that position, I can tell you there is no going back from that. It permanently alters the way you feel in these environments. To be clear, I never felt safe in healthcare spaces as a CRIP, but this took it to an entirely different level. Whereas I previously felt risk from neglect and mistreatment, I'd never really thought that the people around me were consciously wishing me dead and would be pleased to bring that about. For this reason, I've contacted a lawyer to ask about drawing up templates we could share with other disabled people. One would be a power of attorney stating that at no point would we wish MAID or to have MAID raised with us. A second document, which I've a concept for, but I'm still discussing with experts the best format for, would be something you could carry with you and have copies made to add to your chart that indicates you do not wish anyone to even discuss MAID with you as a possible treatment. The third thing is I've already approached a health authority about adding a process much like allergy alerts to identify patients admitted who do not wish MAID raised with them by any hospital staff. This could involve stickers on a chart or a wristband like the red one they use for allergies, but a different color. The fourth option that's been discussed is something like a medic alert bracelet, a piece of CRIP jewelry, which again is used to signify no MAID. Someone in this group has also suggested the possibility of a tattoo, and I can't remember who. As well, I've been writing and I have a big project which I don't want to discuss yet, but I am hoping to get working on soon. When I'm reflecting on this, especially immediately after the vote in the House, I found myself thinking more about things within the disability community than I did about the other side. I know some will tell me military metaphors are problematic, but I think of these people as enemies because they are, and I don't expect my enemies not to attack me with all they have at their disposal. It is the nature of struggle or war. So for me, I focus on the things I can change and the people who are, in theory, on my side. And on this front, I found the lack of class analysis, not just during the fight against C7, but throughout all of official disability organizations' work, to be a primary problem. I don't want to take up too much time here, so I will start to wrap up now, but the way disability organizations with their paid staff and their need to be not controversial and to build bridges and to appeal to middle-class white sentimentalities have dominated disability. The way they've dominated disability is a huge problem. Their message for decades has been abilities focused, which erases disability as identity and ignores mention of the oppression of ableism, and seeks to communicate, we're just like you. Well, here we are with C7 trying to tell non-disabled Canadians that we're not just like you, that have lived experience, that our lived experiences are profoundly different, particularly with healthcare, and they don't have any foundation for understanding CRIP life. I think a great deal about the whiteness in disability and the fact that somehow being racist is seen as an add-on to our work as opposed to integral to it. I think far too many white disabled people's advocacy verges on wishes to be seen and treated as a normal white person. Disability justice provides a lot of leadership and analysis on these things and other issues although I would say it still too often, at least in practice, in my experience, lacks critical class analysis. I'm poor, and that is as significant to me, to my identity as disabled. There's no separating these, and the policy designed for middle-class disabled people does not benefit me. I think Gladue is simply the logical extension of the market model of disability tour a man began decades ago. In this moment of history, there's only one group of people who can save all of us, even the middle class, and that is the bad Crips. It's time to stop pleading for a seat at their table and to set our own.
Thank you, Spring. And G. Like, I don't know about other folks, but for me, that just gives a lot of, as Spring said at the beginning, like it provides really an excellent jumping off point for a lot of my own thoughts as well. Yeah, I think it's really valuable to be able to have G's words in this space, even if she can't be broadcasting right now. If it's all right, I'd like to share a few of my thoughts, both as you were reading that, Spring, and also kind of as I was turning it over in my own head last night, thinking about this roundtable. If that's all right with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Yeah, I really deeply resonate with what G said about the class analysis, and I would say that needs to be taken across all kind of justice-oriented movements that that people across Canada as well as internationally are currently engaged in. I know a lot of the folks involved in the filibuster last week are often involved in other areas as well that deeply relate to the disability struggle. What Senator McCallum was talking about, how Indigenous people and disabled people have very similar stance on C7, as we heard in one of the panels, and in a lot of online activism. There have been a lot of Indigenous leaders speaking out against the harm that C7 will do to Indigenous communities, and the cultural values that are at odds with one another with a bill like C7. And yeah, like we have currently internationally and on the Canadian level, on local municipal levels, there is a sort of reckoning with the controversial idea of defunding and kind of deplatforming policing. And again, that's controversial on many fronts, but a lot of people are very involved in those circles and in those conversations. They are huge ongoing conversations. And I think the disability struggle frankly, to survive and to live freely and wholly as people in society, I think is very much related to those conversations, and we need to be having them together. We can't be isolating ourselves, and also other people in other movements need to be including disabled people in their circles, in their organizing, with access and from the ground up. So yeah, I think all of these analyses come together under the idea of disability justice. All of these analyses are a part of the broader concept of disability justice, as Patty Byrne and Mia Mingus and Alice Wong and other primarily women of color in the United States came up with. And that's what's really been forefront in my mind this past week and a half, is how do we broaden our scope and bring all of these thoughts under this huge umbrella. But yeah, that's where my brain goes first. Also, I was reminded that we should be doing visual descriptions for blind and visually impaired people tuning in. So I'm just gonna pop that in really quick and then someone else can add thoughts. But I am a white, queer, kind of genderless, navigating the space between masculine and feminine in various ways. Person. I wear an oxygen cannula and I have facial tattoo and many other tattoos. I'm currently wearing a yellow crocheted toque over my blonde hair, and I'm wearing kind of a grandpa sweater and fishing vest. And I'm sitting in my bed.
Thanks, Q. I can, I'll just give a description too, just for so moving forward, because I forgot to do it when I spoke before. I was speaking on behalf of Gabrielle, but as speaking for myself, I'm a white woman with short, dark hair, wearing a pink sweater, and I'm in a room with quite plain white walls and a big window to the side. So that's me. And I'm also, I'm in Kelowna, which is the unceded territory of the Silks Nation. So I'm grateful to be able to join everyone today from here.
Thank you for that as well. I am on the land of the Stolo Nation myself in so-called Chilliwack.
Would anyone like to follow up on Q's comments? I think anyone can join in at any time. I could just add or sort of follow up if that works, if nobody else has something to say quite yet. You know, just, I mean, I just have to, it's sort of redundant because I just agree so much with what both of you, Gabrielle and Q, have said about moving forward and next steps. I've heard also so many people just feel very just needing to know what we can do next. And so I think the actions that Gabrielle has talked about and that she's like actively working on right now are really important. I think they're really hopeful. And they sort of give, I think they give a sense of, or I hope that they will help people to have a bit of a sense of power in their situation so that they, I mean, I would certainly be, you know, hoping to use a lot of those tools myself, just as a disabled person, if I feel like I need to make very clear my position, that I would be able to have those tools available to me. So I think those are, I mean, thank you so much, Gabrielle, for thinking of them for one thing, and for, you know, actually going after them and making them happen. So those are things that are, that we hope that will be available like really soon. So that's amazing to me. And then just talking about how, you know, Bill C-7 and how it's happened and how we feel about it. Yeah. I think I felt the same on the day that it passed in the House of Commons. Was really, really a hard thing for me. And then by the time it went through the Senate the second time and received royal assent, I was kind of, I'd already done my processing really almost. And I wouldn't say I'm certainly not over it, but just sort of over that very intense grief part and thinking about how we can move on to keeping on supporting our community as much as we can and helping to build it. And as Senator McCallum said, we're not done, like regrouping and taking the opportunity that we have in front of us to really try to keep the movement going. There's one thing that I've been thinking a lot about, and it's sort of, we listened to so much discussion about Bill C-7 from all of these people, non-disabled people talking about Bill C-7 and giving their opinions on it. And just one of the things that's just really been in my chest, I guess, is that I really don't, I'm sort of over listening to non-disabled people talk about what they think about Bill C-7, because it's not about, it's about us. It's directed at us as disabled people specifically. So I don't know. That's just something that I've been sort of carrying around with me and think I don't know what to do with it. But it's just been very frustrating to see some of the comments and some of the writing and the media that is interviewing and giving sort of the equal space and weight to people's voices who are not directly impacted by this legislation. So yeah, that's just my thoughts.
I relate to that quite a bit. All of their responses are to an imagined reality, their imagination of what disability is, of what living in poverty is. For all of the white men speaking on it, it's an imagination of what living as an Indigenous person or a Black person or a person of color, it's their idea of what that lived reality would be like. And I've got to say, their imaginations are not accurate. They talk about suffering as if interdependence and community and needing somebody is a bad thing. And I relate to being so tired of that. And also the more generous part of me feels like oddly sorry for them, in that they think that interdependence relegates them to being less than human, when it's like the most human part of all of us is needing other people. That's one of the defining characteristics of humanity, is that we are such a social species. And yeah, their imaginations are just severely lacking in that realm.
Well, look at the movies they watch, and look at the books they read. They're immersed in a culture that has found it, for whatever reason, artistically convenient to let us be the avatars for human suffering. I mean, I think the filibuster really was an attempt to shake that up, right? To portray, very. I mean, I think we offered some rather intimate looks into our private conversations that were full of joy and humor and really spot on critique and the mechanisms of our lives and the way that we lived them were part of the backdrop, but they were also part of the story because of the ways in which we made our access dynamics very visible. And as you know, we often said amongst ourselves, the back end of the production was apparent for all to witness. And you know, I think we demonstrated how we make it work. Someone who I forgot to get her permission, but if she's watching, she'll appreciate that. She said to me that she thought that the disability filibuster, to paraphrase, was that the footage that we recorded was kind of the rough cut of the Canadian Crip Camp. It really, you know, I think it is a moment. And as the senator said, it is a pivotal moment of history for disability consciousness, disability pride, and disability culture. And we have captured some of that in a sort of an unconscious and performative way, or an unscripted performative way. It will take some time, perhaps, to persuade non-disabled audiences to have a peek. But there's a heck of a lot to be learned. And I think we can all feel pretty proud of what we offered. I forgot visual description. I'm an older white woman, and you can't see a lot of me actually in the frame. I'm wearing a turtleneck sweater, and I'm sort of in the mid range of the frame because in the foreground you have all of my technology, all of those terrifying things that non-disabled people squirm about. But really, I think of it as my cockpit. I've got my wheelchair control items, and I've got suction hoses and microphones and breathing apparatus, and you name it, it's all here within reach of my mouth. And in the background, it occurred to me it's a green screen, but not like the word usually means. It's not like the high tech. It's a real old-fashioned pine 3-panel screen with a bit of green fabric strung from end to end. So that's my version, the old lady version of the green screen background. There, I've totally distracted myself and disrupted the conversation, but there you go. Those are my thoughts in response to cues.
Thank you, Catherine. That was great.
I could go next if.
Please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Emil Joseph. I'm a faculty member in the School of Social Work at McMaster. My pronouns are he, him. I'm speaking to you from my basement. I'm Canadian-born Guyanese of South Asian descent, descendant of indentured laborers brought from India to work in sugar plantations in Guyana. I'm on the traditional territories of the Mississauga and Haudenosaunee nations, the lands protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. I wear glasses. I'm wearing a visually annoying plaid shirt, I think, and a white background. I have a short beard. I've been thinking a lot about what has been said here, and I think the word imagining is so accurate. The things that I struggle with, that I continue to be frustrated with, are how could this have happened this way? What happened here when we have this situation where we're told that people were consulted, a word that should never be used again, when it's been so vividly violated. And you have over 130 disability organizations put in writing that they're not in support of this. You have reps from the UN doing the same, academics, people with lived experience, all telling you what's wrong with this, and no level of analysis or complexity of analysis turn into an outcome that was reasonable, one that was taking the simple point that one could recognize that there's a problem with the current legislation, maybe that it doesn't allow for something, and the way to investigate that would be to reach out to communities, to ask people. But to say you did and then do what you're originally intending to anyways, and ignoring those people, is the thing that I still struggle with. And that, the word imagining for me helps me understand that better. You know, this idea of a imagined community, an imagined community that they are saving, an imagined community that they're targeting, and that, you know, an imagination of the self as the object of consideration in this bill. I found a lot of people approaching conversations about C7 with, well, if that were me, I would, when it had nothing to do with them. Mm-hmm. They had no analysis that was informed, that helped them to appreciate that MAID already existed, that advanced directives already exist, that palliative care has existed, that people have all kinds of ways to alleviate suffering at end of life. You know, people weren't aware because they weren't in those positions, and they weren't educated on matters, but they were following the example that was being presented to them publicly by you know, elected leaders and elected officials that were doing the same thing, coming out of nowhere and taking positions that were based on an imagination, a contrived imagination, a simulation of who is the target, who is the beneficiary of such a piece of legislation. I'm still baffled, you know, as Gabriel's words illuminated the kind of bereft analysis that didn't intend a class, that didn't intend a disability or race or indigeneity or colonialism. How that made its way forward, to me, doesn't signal to me a failure in people's you know, advocacy work to and organizing to bring forward an analysis that made sense. Instead, it reveals the kinds of ways this kind of perfect storm of ignorance collided in this, for this bill. Ways that people could say they did things that they didn't, which is the consultation and reviewing and listening, the kinds of things that aren't true when you say you do those things and you don't listen to what's being said to you. And then you end up in a situation where we know for a fact that harm's going to be done, and people's lives are what's at stake. And you know, as Gabriel's words conveyed as well, you know, what do we do now? Well, in this moment, when you know the truth, when you know that there's harm done, and you know there's going to be a limitless number of challenges to this piece of legislation because it doesn't make sense. What do we do in the interim? Well, I think, you know, the ways we think about understanding what's happening, what people are going through as they kind of try to reconcile or build a kind of collective critical consciousness about what happened. That word imagine just did that for me through Q's analysis. You know, how we do that kind of thing to help understand what did happen and then move forward to what's needed now. And the kinds of initiatives that Gabriel was referring to around, you know, taking action to resource people with tools that can protect people in this period of unknown violence. Maybe that's the way, one of the other ways, you know, beyond the kind of grappling with the confusion of this, that we organize and commit to the next step.
Thanks, Emil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could just comment. Gabrielle and I met with quite a few senators and MPs over the last few months. And without fail, I believe every single one that after we met with them, when we spoke with them, and you know what a communicator Gabrielle is, and almost, or maybe completely without, every single one of them, after we spoke to them, sat back and said, I never thought about it like that before. But that's okay if it's a person walking down the street and you don't expect them to have given, a great deal of thought to this issue. But these people are making the laws, and they have a responsibility to be educated and informed, and as you say, to do consultation and it was just as shocking to me as it was to you. I guess to me, it just speaks to the deeply, deeply held convictions. And how do we unseat, I don't know how we go about unseating them, but I think that's part of our next work, is shaking those belief systems somehow. I think it has to be, because I don't think we've, I think it's still there. It's very strongly still there. So, whatever it is that are the next steps that we do, I believe that part of it will have to be trying to shake those concepts of disability.
I'm conscious of time. We do have, just saying to Fenrir, time really flies when you're having engaging conversation there. I want to very briefly speak to what you just raised there, Spring, about how whatever we do next will have to involve, kind of tackling those ableist notions and imaginations and concepts. I know a lot of folks are really wondering about what exactly we are still doing now that the bill has passed. And just to briefly take some folks through kind of what we talked about as a group. One of our biggest things has been education. And I think that has to be an element in that moving forward, is whatever education we're doing, as much as we want to center disabled people and CRIPS and our community in this, part of it will have to be directed outward to some extent, I think, if we want to make strides in moving forward and tackling these assumptions and whatnot. Want to make sure Garth want to say anything further before we do some kind of wrap up?
No, thanks for the conversation. I feel better than I did this morning.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's a huge impact of the filibuster, is so many people have said that it's just felt good to have a space to air these thoughts and plan and get involved and learn more for a lot of folks.
I've been at the start of a bunch of mobilizations of social movements, and this is what it feels like. I've been here before for other movements, and it always is like a bolt of electricity. It's always really good, and it's just like this is the beginning of something, not the end of something.
Yeah.
And I'm so honored that I was invited to come to the table and get to witness that. So thanks. Oh yeah, I'm also black t-shirt, dark room, really pale white dude because of albinism, and squinty because of being blind. So there's your visual description. Tattoos, but you can't see them. Piercings too.
Also, I did want to note what G said in the chat was education, yes, but not awareness. I think a lot of disabled people will echo that thought. We have had plenty of awareness We do not need more awareness. We need actual education.
We're aware.
Yeah. We're aware, they're aware, everyone's aware that we exist. The problem is that that's not always not always the most welcome thing in society. And like, how do we move from there?
Yeah, and when politicians say, "Oh, we have to have brave conversations about this," I always think having a conversation has got to be the smallest unit of social change that it's possible to determine. I mean, not a conversation among us. We're organizing. That's different. But when someone's like in charge and has power and says, what I'm going to do with all of this power, including the power to make laws, is have a fucking conversation. Are you kidding me? And so,
Yes.
yeah, like you hear that and that's just like, oh, you don't get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Catherine, that does take us to the end of our first hour that we allotted for this roundtable.
Senator
Can I just say something?
Yes. Please.
Oh, yes.
Okay. I wanted to describe where I am. I didn't do that. I'm an older Indigenous woman, and I have long dangling earrings. I have my gray hair, which I thought I used to dye it, and I thought, no, I need to respect my gray hair. I have in the background, I have beadwork, mucklucks, mitts that were done. I have a painting of the creation story. And on this side, I have my ancestors. It's my grandmother's, my brother, and it's pictures from the 1940s. So I keep them there to keep me centered and grounded of where I am, where I came from, and what I stand for. I think that is it. I have a gray leather jacket. Most of my clothes come from secondhand stores, you know, I love secondhand stores. And I think that's it. But I wanted to offer that in Senate in the next, I did a motion to look at the institutional racism and white privilege that exists in Senate. And it's buried under the order paper right now, but we should be coming to it. And it's the racism within Senate and how we conduct ourselves as parliamentarians who make laws for people. And I said that in my, I don't know if you stayed for the rest of the speeches for the Mi'kmaq fisheries and how this system doesn't work for Indigenous people, for a lot of people. So with the education part where you said, how do we find solutions together? We can offer to bring people to come and speak to senators. We can do it through Zoom. We can ask that they be part of this because they enacted this law. And now how do we find a solution together on what is happening with the disability community? And we can do that. You can fashion it however you want. And, you know, so you could shake some of those belief systems. This is where you left us at, you know, and exactly what you said today, like people need to hear that language. So if we can help you in any way, you can let us know, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do we want to continue forward with our schedule?
I think so. Do we have our next guests?
I know that Michael is here.
And Peter is here also.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So I am happy to introduce Peter if that's the go.
Okay.
Hi, Peter. Hi, Michael.
Hi. Yeah.
really great to have you here with us. I'm going to read a bio, both from the People First of Canada website, and then also something written by Peter himself. And then I'm going to read a brief kind of summary of my own thoughts as I was thinking about introducing you last night and this morning. And then I'd love to have you two take it away and start us off with a bit of a conversation, however you want to do that. So I'm gonna pull this up here. So to introduce Peter Park, Peter is also known as a bit of a godfather to the People First movement. He began his involvement with People First almost 40 years ago, and he continues to be involved on many levels today. Peter was institutionalized for 18 years of his life and firmly believes that no people with intellectual disabilities should be living in an institution. Along with being a co-founder of the People First movement in Canada, Peter has also served the organization as national director, along with serving on more committees than can be counted. Peter believes in positive change and has seen many of his visions for inclusion become reality. Peter has received several awards and honors for his volunteer and advocacy work, including the June Callwood Outstanding Achievement Award for Volunteerism and the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal for his significant contributions and achievements towards inclusion. Peter lives in Toronto with his wife of 32 years, Rhea, and continues to work for the rights of all Canadians with intellectual disabilities. His own self-description here, which I really appreciated. I am a dreamer, a self-advocate, historian, a People First member, storyteller, humble, enjoy working with and for other people, recipient of the June Callwood Outstanding Achievement Award for Volunteerism. And a few of my own thoughts. I am a disability educator. I do workshops. And so, yeah, that's kind of the background that I come from in knowing Peter's name. And I wrote, as I said, reading Peter's bio, he's known widely as the godfather to the People First movement, and more broadly in self-advocacy history. He's someone I've heard of and known in my own line of work, teaching about disability culture and history, but I don't hear or even speak his name or continuing impact nearly enough. Peter fought and continues to fight for disabled people who are often left out of conversations, even in disabled community. Too often our rights and justice movements neglect to welcome and value people with intellectual disabilities, even with the expansive work they've done for all of us. Our history of advocacy would be far poorer without people like Peter Park fighting against the currents of ableism for decades. He's fought against forced sterilization, for the right to live in community, not institutions, for disabled people to be recognized in our full and complex humanity at all times and in all circles. The fight against institutionalization, against medical ableism, and for the freedom and liberation of disabled people across disabilities and communities continues in force today. And we are so honored to have Peter Park to speak to his own experiences and share this time with us now in conversation with Michael.
Great. Thank you for that introduction. Peter, did you want to say a few words just by way of introduction?
Well, okay. No, that bio was written way back when, because it's 38 years with my wife now. So that's why I say that bio must be old. Well, I have been involved for a few years, quite a few. And people say, how did you get involved without being taken over by other people? I feel that I want to be able to control everything in my life, not have somebody control it for me. So I said, oh, gotta go the high road, my own road.
You've demonstrated that in so many ways over so many years, Peter, and I've been so honored to walk some of those with you, various parts of Canada and the world. I wanted to say, just acknowledge, I guess, at the outset, I'm Michael Bach, and my visual description, I'm white. I go by the pronouns he, him. Older, gray, disappearing hair, and my old natty sweater on this afternoon. And I'm, oh yeah, okay. Maybe you've actually, Peter, yeah, you've beat me on that one. There's no question. You're gray and disappearing hair. Peter today is coming from the traditional territories of the Mississauga, many nations, Mississaugas of the Credit, Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and many diverse Inuit and Métis peoples, and lives in Toronto. Peter, do you want to just describe your background so people know where you're?
My background?
Yeah, in your apartment there.
Oh, well, yeah, the background in the apartment. Well,
what people are, yeah.
I live in a cooperative, and it's of my choosing, and the apartment that we have is just like any apartment. It's not retrofitted for anybody. It's well, and the furniture is of our choosing, not somebody else's choosing. Living here in the co-op has been a real gem for me because I'm in the community as is, and well, I've been involved and I'm still involved in everything, and then the board again. Because this is I feel that I want to go on the maintenance committee. I want to chair the maintenance committee. So it's one of Rio usually is on the social committee when it gets, because of COVID, it hasn't been meeting.
Right. No need for that committee right now.
No.
Well, except, yeah. Well, in some ways, maybe we do need a Peter because we're also isolated in this time. But maintenance is a good place for you. Maybe I'll just say I'm coming from the unceded territories of the Comox First Nations on Vancouver Island, and I'm in my basement, but I'm looking out at a blustery Salish sea this afternoon. Maybe it's appropriate given the challenging waters we're finding ourselves in. Peter and I thought, Peter, should we just dive in? You and I have been talking about and working, thinking about this issue and reflecting. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Exactly. For a long time.
Yeah. When the C7 came up, I said, okay, we celebrated all these different victories with the government, and all of a sudden they're saying, oh, it's okay to take us back to, like, I think it's taken us back to 1938, 39, Nazi Germany, when it was okay to kill people. I see it as setting up something that, why did Canada go to war in the first place? It was to stop the Germans. They were the first. They killed people with intellectual disabilities who built the wall for them. And or built the gas camps. Anyhow.
So what do you, Peter, what do you think this says then? And that's a very powerful equation that you make. What do you think that says about where we're at now in Canadian society, that Parliament has adopted this bill a couple of days ago that provides for the terminating of the lives of people with disabilities and disabling conditions?
To me, it says that people with disabilities, or anyone, their life isn't valuable anymore. The valued people are people that make $1 million, and I don't make $1 million.
Right. How do you think we got here? Like, I think of your contributions, and I don't mean just in the Bill C7 debates, but
how do we think we got here?
Yeah, if we just go back, like I go back, I think about your involvement. I think about the obstacles report, when your good friend Barb Good was one of the 12 people with disabilities profiled in the obstacles report in 1981. And then working with, actually David, Senator David
Smith.
David Smith. Sorry, I missed that. David Smith, around the charter and getting equality rights of persons with disabilities recognized in the charter in 82. Like, we were making progress. And then I think then we were. And then think about, the late 80s, when the national, a few years after the charter, the National Deinstitutionalization Initiative was launched, and the commitments made to close institutions across the country. You've been, as was acknowledged, you've been a leader and a voice in that. We went from the 90s into the early 2000s negotiating the UN Convention on the rights of persons with disabilities, and a recognition of an equal right to life and a right to having one's life protected, the lives of people with disabilities protected on an equal basis. So, I mean, we were kind of marching on this kind of pathway to inclusion, like that seemed to be going in one direction, getting deeper and deeper. And then we hit C7. Like, what happened? It's like we were in some alternate reality.
All of a sudden, I think somebody along the way forgot to think about equality. We're all equal, regardless of whether a person has a disability or not.
But there was, what's interesting, there was talk about equality, a lot of talk about equality. So what is it about equality that we're missing in the conversation in the working Canada? Like, how did this piece, how does C7 become possible when there's been so much talk about equality? So people talk about, everybody's equal in Canadian society, but
I think they're likely we didn't keep up we let our guard down too much, and somehow they squeezed the low piece in.
Yeah.
And that eroded the whole thing.
When you say they squeezed that little piece in, what do you that eroded equality? What's that little piece? What was the piece that we missed?
That little piece?
Yeah.
I don't really know, but it's something that we didn't like. Or wouldn't be about inclusion, but something that was different that the politicians liked.
So that we missed it. You mean we missed along the way, when we talked about inclusion and what it meant and what it requires, we missed a piece.
We missed that. I missed the fact that somebody had slipped in this little piece, as I call it.
That some people aren't as equal as others. Is that
That's right.
that what you mean? Yeah. Yeah. That some people aren't as equal as others. Did you see it coming, Peter, when you think back now?
No, I didn't see it coming. In fact, I didn't think about it until after, well, when C7 was brought up. That's when I started thinking about it and trying to reflect on it.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts? I mean, we're in this place now. C7's adopted. Somehow it makes sense to a majority of parliamentarians that it's okay to terminate the lives of people with disabilities, disabling conditions. So we're here now. Somewhere along the way, we didn't, like, these values that we thought, were like bricks, like solid, foundations we had aren't quite there. What is your kind of message? I mean, you've got years ahead of advocacy, but what's one of the things that I've found so inspiring about the disability filibuster is, a huge diversity of disabled people and many younger people than you and I, anyway. What's your message? Like, what have you learned from the fact that we missed a piece? We thought we were on this march that was leading us, in one direction. What's your message?
I don't know what the message is, but it's got to be to value people, no matter what they are, whether they have a disability or no, to value them. Not look down at them or something like that.
Yeah. Are you worried about as this practice that's now going to be come legal under Bill C7? What do you worry about? We're going to have healthcare practitioners who are forming the intention, making sense to terminate people's lives. What do you?
Somebody, okay, they may say, well, that person is suffering because he got a disability. Well, I got a disability and I'm not suffering. I feel that, hey, this is scary. Slippery slope, as they call it in the medical field.
Yeah, it is for sure. So the broad message is we're all equal, regardless of what our differences, of our differences. How would you, or what? Not how would you, I guess, but what would you say? What would you say to medical practitioners now that are preparing to, put into practice Bill C7 and bring about the ending of people's lives who aren't dying? What would you say to them?
To value the person, and look at their gifts, not their disability.
Okay.
Because they got many a gift.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And when someone's hurting, someone's struggling because they're living in poverty, they're not getting the support they need, when they are suffering, how do we help? What do you say to physicians as they approach patients who come to them who are in those difficult situations, when it may be hard for somebody themselves to kind of be able to talk about what their gifts are? Like, how do we deal with this situation when we're going to have people who are struggling coming into the healthcare system that is ableist, and we've got physicians who are empowered now by this law? How do we, because I really believe this guide that you provide, look for people's gifts. Like, how do they do that? What do we do? How can we support the finding and of people's gifts in this situation?
I firmly believe that person needs somebody to help them talk to the doctor. Now, I don't know what that looks like. I firmly believe that, because this Bill C-7 started with lack of support, I think.
Right.
As I'm thinking about it.
You mean some of the people who called for it, it was because they lacked support in their lives?
They lacked support.
It's an interesting idea. I mean, when I think about people first in the self-advocacy movement, it is about recognizing that none of us really should do things alone, and we shouldn't leave anybody alone. So why would we be leaving people alone in these situations? And should we be making sure that, I don't know, there's a pool of advocates that are available? What does that support person do you think? What difference can that support person make in the hospital when someone's at this kind of place in their lives?
Okay, in the hospital, all medical doctors use what I call medical aids. They don't talk to me like I say, because I'm verbal, I'm able to say, slow down, use terms that I understand, not your jargon.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people don't understand what they just said.
Right.
I know this one doctor started talking to me a mile a minute, and I was having an operation, and I said, no, until you tell me exactly what it is, or show me with a diagram what it is you're going to do, I'm out of here.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So one of our challenges, I think that's really, really important, is how to make sure people get support, so that also this is witnessed, like, so that we're witnessing this and witnessing the fact that people are feeling pressured for whatever reason. I agree with you. It's driven so much by lack of support, income, poverty, lack of disability support. But having people around that can see this and be there for people.
Oh, I'm just lucky that I've got people around me. Otherwise, I would be not where I am today.
Mm-hmm. What do you you've walked beside, led, so the People First movement and built the People First movement going back into the late 70s, and it's become a model, an example around the world. What are you, and as you think about people who are labeled as intellectually disabled, as you think about Bill C-7 being in place now, and the people that that you've known and the people you know are coming, growing up and now. What do you worry about for people with intellectual disabilities in particular when it comes to Bill C-7?
What do I worry about?
Yeah, I mean, is there and I don't like the word vulnerability, but I mean, it may be like, are there vulnerabilities if we think about Bill C-7 and MAID for people who aren't dying? What are you concerned about when it comes to people with intellectual disabilities?
Well, vulnerable. No, okay, I'm going to use the word you don't like. Well, vulnerability. But people with intellectual disabilities are more vulnerable in many ways because we tend to say, okay, rather than no.
Oh, Peter, that's so important. And why are people saying okay rather than no?
Oh, like they might go to a doctor's appointment and they don't understand what the Sam Hill the doctor's talking about. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Because he's a guy that's supposed to know everything.
Yeah, I think you've really put your finger on something, Peter. Well, on many things, but I think that's it's such an important point. That's a huge worry. Yeah, people want to be accepted too, don't they?
Oh yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So. When you think about People First and People First organizations, I was hearing, those organizers of the filibuster talking about next steps ahead. And one of the things that people were talking about was, which I appreciated, we've done plenty of awareness, but education's needed now. What kind of tools, what kind of education do people with intellectual disabilities, and I don't mean that people with intellectual disabilities need to be educated, it's more, given Bill C-7, what kind of information do we need to get to people with intellectual disabilities? What do they need to know about Bill C-7?
Unless you're like me that's given it some thought, people don't understand what Bill C-7 is. And so if they're given the information in a way that is good for them, accessible for them, it might have some allies. Now, by saying allies, I mean people that understand what the heck Bill C-7 is.
Mm-hmm. Right. And so really clear information on what Bill C-7 is and what I guess the risks are.
Very clear, and the risks, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, is part of that where people can go? I mean, we know from the data, the information we have about, Belgium, Netherlands. We know from those assisted suicide systems that, women, people with living with mental health issues, people with intellectual disabilities are using this system. People with autism are using this system and are dying by this system because of they're suffering, and they go to the physician and they get access. As we think about the information to get to people with intellectual disabilities, so this is what C7 is. This is what the risks are. From your advocacy experience over, 4 or 5 decades, what did we? Yeah, I was at Peter's 80th birthday party just a few weeks ago. Amazing.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. What do people need? Do we need to give people a place to go? Right? When they're, if they're considering this, do we need to do better at suicide prevention? So that people can get the assistance or find other pathways than this.
Well, right now, with this stupid COVID around, suicide rates are up anyhow. But yes, we do need to give them a better supports, I guess that's the word, so that people aren't thinking about suicide or able to be out in the community rather. I know, like, just for me, just going out for a walk in the fresh air, like just down to Shoppers and then around some place here in it feels so good at this now that you're locked in the house. They're supposed to be.
Right. Do you think this is an issue that the self-advocacy movement, people first should be taking on?
I think that this is something that people first, the self-advocacy movement, should take on, because it does affect them whether they realize it or not. Maybe it takes an older person like myself to reflect on that. But I see it as reflecting on everybody, well, my younger friends.
It reflects on them?
Well, not reflects, but could happen to them rather than.
Yeah.
Not yeah.
People are
to them.
Yeah. What are some of the lessons you've learned over 40 years of organizing? As we think about organizing and going forward, what are as I think Garth was saying, others were saying, we are this is a new moment for the community, and a really grassroots movement is needed. What have you learned, Peter, about like how we make a difference? Because we don't, all of these amazing accomplishments of the movement. I mean, we got recognition in the charter. We got the CRPD. There are some milestones along the way. What have you learned? Like, how do we organize so we can have an impact going forward?
How do we organize so we can have an impact?
What are some important lessons? What do you?
I think rather than a whole bunch of people at once, I call it small is beautiful. To start small and then build toward a big something larger. Because there are a lot of different issues just with a small group of 4, say. And yeah, got to be able to all agree on something. And then you move on to inviting one more person in or 2 more people or whatever.
That's brilliant. So part of this organizing is is it doesn't always have to be big events, big public events.
No.
Go small. Why is that important, do you think? And around this issue, why do you think going small as part of the strategy is important?
Because at this time, it's such a big issue, such an important issue, that everybody ought to understand it fully. So everybody can relate to tell somebody else, this is what it is.
Yeah.
And not like if you have 100 people, you got 100 different versions of that same message. But you want one message, and just 4 people sending out one message would be, I think, great.
Yeah. So, well, and I think that's so important, that it is complex, and if people can come together in small groups, like you can have a chance also to explore and figure out what it means for you.
Another way of doing those small groups is maybe have a small group, breakout room Zoom 1 and breakout room Zoom 2. And it's an idea.
Just to start the conversation. I think it's a brilliant idea. Yeah. Quinn, Spring, maybe, I don't know if there are others that want to come into this conversation or reflections on what we've heard from Peter. Peter, as we open it up, are there any sort of, I mean, I've heard some really, a few really many powerful things from you. I mean, I think this idea that we missed a piece. Somewhere along the line, we missed a piece that, like, we thought we were on this pathway, but we missed a piece.
We were on the right path.
On the right path. And we got to figure out, what is that piece we missed that everybody else seemed to grab onto, and somehow we missed it. So, you know, what's that piece? That there are some practical things that we can, that we need to think about in terms of supporting people when they go to the hospital. And Gabrielle, I think, had come up with some number of practical things I heard about in the earlier conversation. And you've added some others, this idea of having a support person there. Like, don't leave people alone in this.
Oh, no. I learned that a long time ago.
Right.
Don't go to a doctor's meeting or anything else by yourself.
Right. Don't leave people alone. And this piece, and these are just kind of, these 3 kind of come to mind reflecting on our conversation of small is beautiful. Remember that while we're trying to build a big movement, like, there has to be small spaces where people can learn and feel comfortable, and that you grow a big movement from a bunch of small places. So yeah, that's very powerful.
I thought it was really, really amazing to hear both of you speak. So thank you for speaking and sharing your experience. Some of us are quite new to the activism part of this. So it just struck me as being very, very wise, the idea of starting small and having everyone be very, very solid and grounded in the message that they're sort of building around. I think that's really wise advice. So I appreciate that. Important for moving forward, for sure.
Yeah.
I think I learned that small is beautiful from my being involved in this movement for so long that, at one time I used to think it was great big things, but then I got the small is beautiful.
Mm-hmm. And from there it can, hopefully potentially grow, but everyone is ideally sort of pulling in the same direction when you start that way. Everyone has got shared goals and shared understandings. So I think that is something that I will definitely take away from hearing you speak today, for sure. Yeah.
I'm just making the back end visible again. We're just navigating time slots. But I wanted to say, Peter, you're very, very, what's the word? I think wise. Wise is the right word. Wise for all of your experience in this world. I think as little kids say, like, I want to be you when I grow up. I want that kind of that knowledge and that experience that you bring to the table for all of us. For some folks, this is like their first fight in terms of an activist role. And I think that it would be a lot more overwhelming for all of us if we didn't have people like you to look to in history and with us still now. So yeah, I took some notes on what you were saying in terms of moving forward and also looking back at where we have come from. And the part where you said that someone snuck in that piece of inequality when Bill C-7 was coming forward, I think was really important. And yeah, it's important to keep all of that in mind moving forward. So thank you.
Catherine, do you have anything you would like to add?
Yeah, if I may. Hi, Peter. It's so good
Hello.
to see you. I know you've been in the work, you've been engaged in the work for most of your adult life. I got a simple question for you. Was it fun? Was it ever fun?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was. I've enjoyed it. I look forward to meeting with people. And, well, even though it's not face-to-face, I like this COVID has forced me to learn how to use Zoom.
Yeah, thank goodness we've got it. It's not perfect, but at least we can still connect with each other. I always get the feeling when I tuned into the work of People First, that you guys knew you were doing really serious work, but you were having fun doing it.
Oh, yes. You gotta have fun doing it.
Yeah, you've made lifetime friends, haven't you?
Can I ask a question when you're done, Kath?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, I think you have many people who admire you, many people who know you well, and maybe in some ways that's one of the gifts that comes from this work, is the people that you get to work with, right? Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Spring.
I was just going to ask Peter, something that I wonder about is, we all know a lot of people who are affected by things like Bill C-7 or other, issues, justice issues, and many are not, even though it does affect them and they notice that effect, they aren't able or willing or don't know how to sort of become involved in the work. So I'm just wondering if you can remember, when you first began, what was it that really attracted you or made you feel like this was something that you wanted to be involved in? Or is it personality? Is it the people around you? Is it a story that you heard? Because I'm curious about that. I have very many friends, but most of them, for whatever reason, don't become really involved in this kind of political activist type of work. And I just wonder if there's anything that you can talk about in that respect.
I think it was the various issues like sterilization. I'm going way back. I think that was a big issue. Then there was this affected people with intellectual disabilities was the name. It was, as I call it, Mighty Remarkable, MR at the time, and it was changed to community living. That was an uphill fight, but it was still an issue that we fought. And yeah, we finally got there. And we continue to. Everything is an issue almost, or you look for the issue.
Sometimes it feels that way, for sure. Okay, thank you.
Do we?
Anyone? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Spring. I know what you're going to say. Go ahead.
I was just going to invite anyone else that's part of the Zoom to, if they have any questions or thoughts or comments that you'd like to share, to feel free while we have Peter and Michael still here and available.
Mm-hmm.
Peter, how do you think Canada is doing with closing institutions?
How much, how big an effect? I think it had a very large effect. Well, it was done because our people were living in those stupid places, and rather than live in an institution, they had to live in the community with, sure, maybe people need support, but they live in their own home and go do the regular stuff like buy groceries and all that, pay rent, you name it. I think everybody, well, there may be a few places across Canada where there's still institutions, but I hope not.
Yeah, we got a little bit more work to do, that's for sure. But you guys really had some huge breakthroughs in that fight, freeing our people.
Oh, we've had many meetings about that, and I do mean many different meetings. Like that's something I've always been involved in, right from even though I was only volunteering. I wanted to be involved in the deinstitutionalization task force.
Not just meetings, Peter. Protests at institutions.
Yeah.
Driving up with buses, getting people out, being in court. I mean, you've been doing it all.
Speaking to politicians, freezing in front of the Winnipeg legislature.
Oh, that could be cold.
It was cold.
Was that in the winter?
Yes.
Yeah.
This particular one was in the wintertime.
Wow.
Oh,
Well, we owe a lot to you and to, all the people that have been really so dedicated for so long. Because some of the things that you mentioned, the things that you've been successful in working against, are things that younger people don't have to deal with anymore, at least maybe not to such an extent. And we owe that to you and to the people that that you've worked with all this time.
they'll have their own road to hoe, as I call it.
That's true. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I think if no one else in the call wants to contribute anything, I do want to relay that a lot of people on Twitter have many thanks for you as well, Peter, and you too, Michael. A lot of people are expressing their honor in having you in this space and their gratitude for hearing from you about organizing and about our very rich history as a community and as a culture. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that a lot of people have tuned in to listen to what you have to say and really value what you've said. But I think that does wrap up this hour for us.
I just want to say thank you for organizing this space. It's so critically needed. We haven't had it in the disability rights movement, and just amazing work. Thank you.
Well, my very last version, I said, this is bringing forth, this is a history in the making. This is bringing everybody together. Well, I see it as doing. So anyhow, but as a starting point, anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
There's some momentum. There's power building. So really, really appreciate you coming, both of you, and taking part in sharing your wisdom and your experience and your words. We're really grateful. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Feel free to stay.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, great.
If you want to stay and listen. We do have some more folks talking. Catherine, Spring, we don't know how up to date on all of the moving parts you both are. But in our schedule, we were supposed to have Ramona next, and we've decided to save that for a later date when there's more information and knowledge available about the power of attorney paperwork that we have coming forward.
Okay.
And we also, in the next half hour at 3:30 Pacific time, we were supposed to have Aaron and Jeff with us for a comedy skit, but unfortunately that had to be canceled because CRIP stuff comes up. We have needs, we have bodies, and we work with them, and sometimes we work a little bit around them.
Yeah.
So, is Peter? Okay, anyway, sorry. Doing two things at once is not always the best. So we had the idea from Gabrielle to have a bit of a discussion about some of the tweets and comments and conversations happening over on Twitter and bringing them over here. Oh, we do have a question for Peter if he's still here and is able to join us once more.
Okay.
Peter. Yeah. Just to bring you back into our Twitter conversation, because this question does come from Twitter. Ghostbird asked, regarding sterilization, the difficult topic that it is, and its recent history of being performed non-consensually on both disabled and particularly First Nations peoples relates to Bill C-7. So the sterilization that you've helped to fight against, how it relates to Bill C-7 and how it does or doesn't resemble two. Have any thoughts on that?
How it does relate, or how it does.
Yes.
How it does is it's somebody else's wants say, or somebody else is in control of the decision. Yeah, that's what I need to say. Somebody else is in control of the decision, not the
Absolutely.
person. Whereas it should be, in my way of thinking, and I'm going way back, it's the person that's in control of their own body, not somebody else. That's not someone else in control.
Peter, can I just ask, does it say something though also about, you know, the fact that people with intellectual disabilities, and we had laws in the country that provided for sterilizing people against their will. We now have a law that says, you know, we can terminate the lives of people with intellectual disabilities if they say they're suffering, even though they're not dying. Does that, like, is there something about the message? Is the message to society sort of similar, do you think? I was just wondering.
To be honest, I never thought about it before, but yes, it is similar.
Yeah, it's a great question. It's a really, I guess, is a really powerful question. I really.
It's so, it's scary. It's so similar.
Yeah, yeah, it is scary.
Definitely. Thank you, Peter. If you two both have the time, and obviously if you don't, or if you need to duck away for anything else, please do so. But if you two have the time and want to join us for Twitter questions for the next while, I think that would be really valuable to continue having your input as we talk about things. Do you think that would work well, Catherine?
Sorry, you've seen how long it takes me to get to my mute button. Yes, absolutely. If Peter, if we haven't worn you out with all of our questions, you feel like staying around for a while?
Oh, you know me, Catherine. I work well with questions.
That's the spirit. Thank you, Peter.
Amazing.
Can
well,
I
thank you.
Can I ask Peter one more question while you're looking through the Twitter feed? Peter, right now, especially during the pandemic, you know, you talked about Zoom and how it's not perfect. Are computers available to many of the people that you have worked with? I mean, is that a barrier in itself?
There's a program here in Ontario called Passport, and they're allowing for funding to purchase your computer and a person to work with you so that you can learn your computer and to pay for your internet connection. So yeah, at least there are a lot more computers out there than there used to be.
Wow. So that would be interesting to hear from people who are watching or listening from outside of Ontario to see if there are programs like that in the other parts of the country.
So I know that that exists in Ontario only, that particular program.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's something good to look into. A lot of the Twitter conversation, I think, especially because of Gabrielle's thoughts at the beginning of our previous hour about poverty and class. So a lot of the Twitter conversation has been about that, from what I'm seeing. And Peter, I don't know how informed you are or kind of in the loop about disability rates in BC.
No, I'm not informed of disability rates in BC, but
yeah, you're in. You're not here.
I know Ontario.
Yeah, Ontario's is, I would say, comparatively low. I mean, it's low across all of Canada, right? So in BC, we recently had an increase, and I use quotes because it was not very much of an increase, and it still keeps us in poverty. But we did have an increase from the government, and a lot of disabled people that are on the disability rates are quite understandably upset, myself included, because as I said, it keeps us in poverty still, and it does not do anything to support us after this government just passed C7. Do you want to share any thoughts on maybe the Ontario disability rates or anything related to disability and income assistance?
Well, the Ontario rates keep people in poverty, and there was a whole 3-cent raise, or maybe it was 4, I've forgotten which, last month. Big deal. That's even, right now, is costing more for groceries than it did before the pandemic. Really, this is making it very difficult for anybody to, whether you're not in poverty or whether you are in poverty, it's making it a very difficult period.
Yeah, definitely.
I would say there's similar feelings for sure in British Columbia. Disabled people being asked to exist on, it's not much more than half the poverty level, the poverty line. We know from other Twitter information and just conversation on Twitter about people feeling just so disheartened because of that poverty piece, the poverty. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I think groceries, that's honestly really important because in BC, I'm not altogether up to date on the rest of Canadian income assistance and what happened during COVID. But in BC, at least, we were given a $300 supplement at one point last year. And that still keeps us below the poverty line by quite a bit. But a lot of people started saying that they could finally afford to buy groceries enough to last the whole month. Mm-hmm. Meaning they weren't able to do that before those $300 were added. So people were going without food or accessing the food bank or other resources like that because they just didn't have enough money for groceries for the whole month. Especially with rent so expensive in a lot of places. praying mindful of ability today, but I'm getting a lot of DMs in my chat right now. But do you want to maybe?
I can. We'll finish your thought and then I can add.
G suggested that you read the comments that won't be part of the CBC broadcast.
Yeah, I can do that.
Maybe do that.
Absolutely. And then I also have a message from that I can read at some point. I just got a message from, I don't know, those of you who were on the filibuster panel, what was it, a week ago or more? We had a guest, I had a guest on the hour-long panel that I hosted, and her name was Monica. And she sent a message with some comments, so I can also, I could read that message into. Let me look for Gabrielle's words.
Absolutely.
They are here. If we would like to do that right now, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, I think it will definitely be relevant to this conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, this is a piece that Gabrielle wrote potentially for CBC Radio. And it says, "Hello, my name is Gabrielle Peters, and I'm a disabled and poor woman. When Bill C7 is given royal assent, I will be among the class of humans for whom assisted suicide can be medical advice suggested to me by a healthcare professional for non-life-threatening and non-life-ending health issues in Canada. If you're not disabled, no matter how much you suffer in life, death will not be an option suggested to you unless you meet the reasonably foreseeable death criteria. Even before Bill C7, I have had healthcare professionals tell me I would be better off dead. I was pressured to sign a DNR at one of the lowest points in my life. My partner of several years was leaving me, and I hadn't worked for some time and was ineligible for disability benefits because of his income. So I had $0 to my name and was about to lose my home. I was also in the hospital, and now the people who were supposed to go to the mattress to fight for my life were instead wishing me dead. I don't understand why you'd want to even go on living," said the healthcare professional at my bedside. Another time, a doctor suggested I go home and wait to suffocate to death alone. This was the option he offered me when told he expected I would soon require a BiPAP, and I told him I did not wish to move to a nursing home. Despite being promised the right to that choice in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which Canada ratified, he informed me I had no such right. Perhaps if I had family or sufficient income to pay for the care I would require. But disabled and poor and in need of certain supports is a snake square that sends you straight to long-term care, no matter your age. One could even call the criteria that a disabled person be told about, not provided with, the supports available to live before made. The supports available to, sorry, I'm going to start that sentence again. One could even call the criteria that a disabled person be told about, but not provided with, the supports available to live before MAID is approved, to be deliberately cruel. The reality is many of the supports disabled people need either are not funded and therefore don't exist, or only exist for wealthy disabled people, a small group indeed. Both of these incidents happened years ago prior to the legalization of MAID in Canada, and neither of these violated any laws as far as I know. Things have not improved since. Roger Foley wants to live, and he wants to live at home. Denied the supports necessary to do so, he has recorded the hospital staff suggesting he avail himself of MAID. Chris Gladders was a disabled man who decided Rather than remain in urine-soaked sheets he'd been left in for weeks beside the feces on the floor of the long-term care facility, he would choose MAID. 18 months before his death by MAID, Archie Rowland was transferred against his will from a residence that provided highly specialized care to a long-term care facility where the staff were not trained to communicate with him and provide essential care. Before he died from MAID, he told a newspaper it was not his illness that he was tired of. It was the fight to get decent care that exhausted him to live. Devoted dad Sean Taggart wanted to stay in his home, but Vancouver Coastal Health refused to fund the proper amount of home care he required, and he faced the choice of MAID or moving to a facility 4 hours away from his son. The choice he faced was existing in a place that took away his reason for living or allowing the doctors to kill him. The shameful list is longer than this broadcast will allow. It's a flat-out lie to suggest these people wanted MAID. UN experts sent a 7-page letter to the Canadian government suggesting Bill C-7 violates the UN's CRPD by creating a 2-tier health care system, one for non-disabled people and another for disabled people. Whereas non-disabled people get suicide prevention, disabled people are given suicide assistance. They questioned whether free choice can exist and asked the federal government to answer 3 questions. And we're still waiting for the answers.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Do we want to spend a bit of time speaking to that statement from G? Catherine, maybe you want to join in a bit of a conversation about that, because I think it was really valuable and there's a lot in there.
Yeah, there is a lot in there. I think that maybe the best place to start, although there's so much to unpack in all those stories, maybe I'll say first, I mean, you know, these names, Chris Gladders, Roger Foley, Sean Taggart, Archie Rowland, these are real people. These just aren't statistics. And these stories only come to us almost by fluke. I mean, luckily, Roger Foley is still alive and among us to tell his own story. The other 3 are all gone. And they, fortunately for all of us, there was a record left of their struggle. A record left either in the testimony of a sibling. In Chris Gladders' case, his brother was so shocked and traumatized by the conditions that he discovered that his brother was living in when he submitted to MAID, that he went to the press and found a journalist who was willing to run the story, to investigate, and to report on it. Same with Archie Rowland. I mean, Archie Rowland had advanced ALS. He wrote with eye tracking, which anyone who knows advanced disability technology is a very laborious letter by letter movement of your eye and your glasses. Mm-hmm. They have to be just perfectly aligned on your head because you can't move your head. You can only move your eyes, and your glasses have to be lined up perfectly with your computer. And you type that, you know, letter by letter, character by character. And he was living in an institution where the nurses didn't even know that his glasses had any significance at all. And they couldn't make sense of what he was asking for. And when his mother tried to demand better treatment, she was forbidden from coming into the hospital because they found her. They said she was being abusive to the staff. She was defending her son. And Archie somehow managed to write letters to the administration of the hospital. And he was an educated man. He had been a landscape architect. He was able to express himself well, laboriously, painstakingly, with the last days of his life, writing these letters that he copied to a Montreal Gazette reporter. Charlie Fiedelman, I think was his name. And that reporter, thank goodness, picked up the story and reported it. My point is, and the same with Sean Taggart, he had a Facebook page, he had a supportive online Facebook group that he corresponded with, and he told his story to his friends. And, you know, I take from all of these stories the incredible abuse that Gabrielle has named. I take also the lesson that these are just the tip of the iceberg. Mm-hmm. These are the handful of stories that break through all of the barriers, all of the forces that silence us, and that are especially pernicious to people who do not have the means, the economic means, the power, the basic income, the basic means of authority and autonomy to express their insistence for better conditions of living. I take from those stories one more lesson. For all of us, I think, that we have a duty to help record and report those stories and to make it as accessible and possible as we can, and to not insist that the stories be written in perfect prose or that we even totally believe them. We have to hear them. We have to report them. We have to put them on record.
Yep. I think something that I first thought when Emile Joseph was speaking back at the round table, and have kept thinking throughout Peter's time with us on our broadcast here, and again now while you were speaking, Catherine, about how the institutionalization of disabled people, the barring us from spaces through structural or societal inaccessibility, all of these things have created the perfect conditions for us to not be heard, for us to not be followed and understood and included. And how events like this, like last week's filibuster, even support groups on Facebook and Twitter and other online platforms, the kind of advent of blogs. A lot of disabled people have blogs. I think a lot of those are places of agency for us. A lot of us can't get into post-secondary institutions like university, college, etc., due to, again, all kinds of ableism, and then you get into systemic racism and classism and misogyny. And yeah, so we put our thoughts in these other mediums, and we have to hope that they're valued for what they are, for the history that they are recording. And like, I have a lot of faith in disabled people organizing. I think we can do some really big things. I mean, historically, we already have, and I think that will just continue. But I also hope that non-disabled people look at these places of record as an ongoing and growing archive of sorts for disabled thought and public record of what we're saying. We're saying no to C7 by and large. So much of our community is saying no to this, and I hope non-disabled scholars and laymen alike really dig into that and question themselves and their complicit nature if they're not fighting with us.
Yep. Yep, it's true. And I mean, I think it just, one of the things, it underscores for me what Peter was saying about how there have been some maybe modest efforts to make internet and computers available to people with disabilities in order to tell their story and in order to find and flourish within their community, because otherwise these days you're totally isolated. So what I was going to say is that, there are some of us, and many of us have been quite visible in this filibuster, some of us who have been able to write to parliamentarians, meet with senators, argue with politicians, form cases that go to court. And those are all, acts of activism, but it's also an act of activism, I think, to provide computers and internet to people who need it. I mean, there are many, many ways to support the struggle. And when people who want to be allies understand how important it is for us to create that record. And it's going to be very significant in the years ahead as we engage more with the UN. Because, as I expect we will discuss on some future broadcast, the possibility of a systemic inquiry into what is happening in Canada will require evidence, and these stories are part of that evidence. I mean, to me, they are the heart of that evidence. That people with disabilities who don't otherwise have access to expensive technologies and even basic internet have got to have that as for their own protection and for their own well-being.
Yeah, I know folks engage in mutual aid. A lot of mutual aid happens on Twitter, where we joke about passing around the same $5 for some of us. But mutual aid has always also happened in the streets, in communities struggling to connect with one another, and absolutely fighting for computer access, for internet, is a really big element, I think, moving forward. I think a lot of times people don't recognize it as an actual need in modern society. But most homeless people that I know, most unhoused people that I know, are like, no, I need my cell phone. I need to be able to access Wi-Fi networks. I need to be able to stay in contact with people. And that goes absolutely true for disabled people and people isolated at home as well. Connection is important.
Yeah, and it reminds me of Sean Taggart. Sorry, Spring, I'll let you jump in a minute, but just because I don't remember things more than 30 seconds. Sean Taggart, one of the things he said, because he had to have extensive technology and he said, technology is my cure. Like, that is what I need to function autonomously and to live a human life. And, you know, it's not all about my body. It's about how I express myself and how I keep, you know, how I keep contact with the people who matter to me. And, you know, in seeing in that way, I mean, it is a life or death matter for people to be able to remain connected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sorry, Spring.
No, not at all. That's a really, really interesting point that you just made. And I completely agree. My injury happened about 15 years ago, and that was right when people started to have smartphones. And my smartphone, I mean, we can complain all we want about being dependent on technology, but my smartphone is how I function in life. All of my, you know, I just think about when my first injury happened, I was still writing down addresses in a book. And I was still, you know, if someone made an appointment, I would write it in my book, or I would, and I physically, that was very, very difficult for me to do because my fingers don't work. Just like to have a pen, or even to have one on hand somewhere that I can reach it, like just as you all, you know, all the people that are listening are aware of the, you know, the barriers to just doing sometimes very simple things. So my phone for me is literally how I've been able to do so much of the things that I do in my life, just by having all of that information available right there at all times. It's also my safety. So technology is huge. And it just, a sort of a funny little thing to add to that is much less sort of, my life doesn't depend on it, but I recently bought myself an automatic jar opener off of Amazon for, I don't know, 25 bucks. And this is an amazing piece of technology. You set it on the top of a jar, you push a button, and it opens your jar. And the reason I say that is, I mean, I just get this delight every time I watch it open a jar for me. But I think that has a lot to do with the availability of that device has a lot to do with technology and connectedness in the world. Because 15 years ago, when I first had my injury, and I think there's still many things that are like this, you would have to order a device like that through some sort of medical supply company, and it would be prescribed, and it would be, you know, big and probably not well designed, and it would cost $500. And so the accessibility of simple things to make, I mean, they're designed for everyone, right? This jar opener isn't specifically, I don't know, maybe we're probably getting off topic, but it is just an empowering tool that, I mean, it's so simple and sort of funny in this context, but that availability of having access to whatever the technology is, whether it's a smartphone or voice control, or being able to, you know, type with your eyes or open a jar, or the jar opener is available to me simply because it's not being marketed directly to disabled people. It's available just on the open, you know, I ordered off Amazon. So I look forward to the day when, or maybe that's one of the conversations to be had, is the gatekeeping around technology for disabled people, and the cost associated with it, and the barriers to accessing it, which I've had many conversations with people about. You know, I have a friend who has a traumatic brain injury, and he has quite a lot of difficulty speaking. And I'm sure there is technology that would be useful for him, but he has not been able to access it. And that means he can't communicate freely with people, and I worry about it all the time. So I just, you know, if you can't communicate with your group or your people, it affects your quality of life. Yes. When it's difficult, it changes how you live in the world. So I agree, technology is very important and very powerful, and I would love to see everyone be able to access whatever technology they need to be able to live their lives.
Yeah, I agree, Spring, totally. I mean, obviously, look at me, I'm surrounded by technology.
Your tech. Yeah.
But, you know, and you're right, it deeply affects our quality of life. It also, the absence of technology, not being provided with technology, not even imagining that you could ever have the technology that you need, it eats away at your will to live. Mm-hmm. And in the Bill C7 era, that is what we really have to watch for. I mean, I remember when I was on the external panel, it was a panel that was set up to advise the federal government about how to respond to the Carter decision. Of course, there was no advice taken in the end, but we had people coming and testifying before us. And there was a woman who was a proponent for assisted death. And, you know, she gave this really impassioned testimony, as many do. And I remember she said at one point, I can't even call my granddaughter. And I thought, I wanted to take her aside and say, look at this device. You can call your granddaughter, you can call 911, you can call, you know, a chat group, whatever, with this little device. And I don't think anyone had ever told her about that. Now, these are the people who are going to be assessing her request to die and her suffering and determining her eligibility for medically assisted death. Mm-hmm. I find it horrifying.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, it's such a strange I'm not sure what the word is, just such a strange context to exist in that is so difficult to access.
Difficult and expensive.
Yeah, difficult and expensive, usually both.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right there that can make all the difference. I was speaking to another friend who she uses a wheelchair, and she actually is, you know, fortunate enough to have a vehicle that's adapted so she can drive. But she recently got a new wheelchair, and she just was telling me last night that despite having ordered it through with the support of an OT and through obviously through a you know, professional wheelchair vendor, and despite having emphasized repeatedly that this new wheelchair needed to be the same size as her previous one so that it would fit in her vehicle, it does not fit in her car.
Right. Perfect.
Yep.
And so here is this person with, you know, she's quite a privileged person, you know, on the grand scale of things, having access to things like her own vehicle. Mm-hmm. But yet, you know, I don't know where the error happened. I don't know, but there's just this barrier. So now she owns a vehicle that she can't use.
She can't use. Wow.
And now there'll be some sort of a, you know, I don't know how this is going to go, whether she's going to be able to send her chair back. I've not heard of that happening very often, but yeah. It was someone's mistake, and who is going to sort of, you know, have to bear the consequences of that mistake? Most likely it will be my friend.
Yep.
And that's just such an issue, such a problem.
I go back to something that Joe Coughlin, a friend of mine, said, and he said, human rights for people with disabilities are the only human rights that come with a budget, right? I mean, we can have our human rights as long as it doesn't cost the state too much to fulfill them. And that's part of the ableist construction of our very understanding of human rights.
I wanted to add two things, and I have the first one, and we'll see if I remember the second one. The first one is a comment from Terry Bell Arts on Twitter, and they tweeted this a while ago, but it's very relevant right now to the conversation, which is someone that was speaking had said, how do we unseat this as in ableism? And this person tweeting from this account said, we build our own better tables, accessibility as the default always and in all ways. And yeah, I think it's always relevant to what we've been saying this whole time, but especially right now. I think disabled-led solutions are the way to go, because otherwise it's just, they're not, non-disabled people don't know what's available to us or even what we need in the first place. And if they do know these things, they're not consistently communicating them to us. So often we have to do that communication within community. We have to tell each other, hey, this is the doctor that you want to see for that. Ask to get a referral here. This is probably like your best bet in terms of mobility aid. Ask for this referral and see if that works for you. I have the same thing as you. This is what I've done to solve it, etc. And we're coming up with all kinds of solutions that non-disabled professionals never bring to us. And it's so much more complex than the professionals make it out to be.
Yes.
But we have so many more answers than they relay to us as well.
Yes. Yeah, so true. Yeah.
Do you remember number 2?
I don't.
Fair. That is fair.
Yeah. I have thought of a different second thing, so I'll say that now. But when you were talking about like who foots the bill when a mistake happens, we see all of these horror stories, and non-disabled people and people who don't use wheelchairs in general are often shocked and horrified at the reality. But when we are able to travel, which is not all of the time just because of poverty or even getting on the plane or the bus, but when we are able to access that kind of travel, I don't know the percentage, but it feels like more than half the time our wheelchairs or our mobility aids are broken. And it is a whole fight, and it requires public advocacy online and in the news for us to not have to pay for our repairs out of our own pocket. The amount of disabled people that I've seen on Twitter alone, and I'm sure this happens even more on Facebook and Instagram, saying, hey, this airline broke my wheelchair. Hey, don't use this airline. They have broken my wheelchair every time I've traveled with them. Like, it's kind of just the open secret within disability community, which airlines to travel with and which ones to avoid because of that. And yeah, that's another thing is these people that are handling our mobility aids just don't know how to handle our mobility aids. They try to fold things in half where they shouldn't be folded. They throw things that shouldn't be thrown. And it comes back to just a lack of disabled people being in community for long enough that this is just common knowledge. Like, I think that's where I keep coming back to, is these things should just be common knowledge in society. Like, you should know, I mean, to just ask if a wheelchair folds in half, and if it doesn't, then don't bother trying. Because I've seen 2 occasions where someone has tried to fold a power wheelchair that should not be folded, and they've broken it. Like, So yeah, that is a thought that came to mind about who foots the bill and where is this societal knowledge really lacking in terms of disability and actually having us in community.
I think we could relate this whole conversation that we're talking about right now back to the idea of the deeply held belief systems, like societal, I mean, it is ableism, deeply held ableism in society. One of the things that I've observed, and I've talked to many people who have agreed, and it, you know, in multiple ways and through multiple avenues. But when we talk about access to travel or to military mobility devices, or you know,
military devices.
Yeah. One of my things that I've noticed is it seems like, I mean, I can think of specific times and then I can think of many other times where less specifically, but my suspicion is there just seems like there's a different sort of, I'm not coming up with the right word, but around what a disabled person can expect as far as sort of like customer service, timeliness, respect. It seems to be, appears to be to me a little bit different standard than there are for non-disabled people. And as an example, I could use, I had to get, because of airline damage, my wheelchair, I had to have the arms replaced on my wheelchair. In this case, I actually had really good, the airline itself was very helpful, but the vendor, the dealer that I used was very difficult. And it took months, almost a year, to finally have, and they, you know, this is a bill that's being paid, so you think that they would just do it. So I sent my wheelchair after months and months and months of going back and forth, and I sent my wheelchair to the shop. Finally, they had their it was organized for them to do the work on my wheelchair. And they took it and they had it for the morning or whatever. And when they brought it back, they just delivered it. They just dropped it off at the front door. I was in my bed because I didn't have a wheelchair, so I didn't see it. And they just dropped it off, and my attendant, she brought it in after they left. She brought it into the room for me, and I could see that the arms were not replaced with similar arms that had been on before. They were entirely different arms. And it was just really, I thought, in my mind, I made the parallel, like if I took my bike into the bike shop, because I used to be a mountain biker, to get the handlebars replaced, and the shop wasn't able to replace them with the ones I requested or the same ones that were already on the bike, there would be a conversation. There would be a call that would say, oh, you know, we're having trouble finding this part. Maybe you should come in and look at what we've got, and you can pick which one you think would be the best, or we can, you know, there would be a conversation, and that would be a decision that I would be a part of. And in this case, I was just expected to just, like, it wasn't even worth mentioning to me, because, and so I guess I just relate that in some ways to, you know, the way the senators and the MPs relate to disability, in just that kind of, you have to be happy for what you get, be grateful for whatever we're willing to provide for you, because that's what you get. So I think, again, back to that idea of how we are able to, you know, really assert our agency, like Paul said earlier.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting. My head's just kind of exploding with all the dimensions of this problem, because when something outrageous happens to a non-disabled consumer, if they know how to sort of mobilize and get their story out on Twitter or whatever, or get it in front of, I don't know, the TV show that does investigations, there's an impact ultimately on the provider who has screwed up, right? They get shamed, they get boycotted, they get humiliated, and their bottom line suffers, and so they respond. Often they respond, quickly, because they can see what might explode in their faces. When it happens to us, we don't have that kind of consumer power. We really don't, and we can be very good about communicating to each other. Stay away from this vendor. Stay away from this transportation carrier. But the transportation carriers are probably happy if we stay away from them. And B, and I think really pointing to a systemic problem, the vendors of our equipment, they have bigger customers. They deal with institutions, and they can make, their bottom line is barely affected by whether we shop at their outlet or someone else's. But their market is the institutions. So it's all, and who run the institutions? Well, it's not us. So the deck is just stacked against us in many ways that are deeply systemic, and it's another problem. And invisible. Yeah, it's another problem with institutions among many problems.
Mm-hmm. I think Spring had something from G.
Yeah, just give us 1 second here. We're kind of wrapping it up.
No problem. Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think just while Spring is doing that, to go back to Gabrielle's piece, I think it's really powerful how she ends that piece by reminding everybody that the special rapporteurs and UN experts were very specific in their questions to the government of Canada. And as she says, we're still waiting for an answer. You've gone ahead and you've passed Bill C7. You are not answering the very specific questions and very detailed questions that have been laid out to you by the international human rights authorities. And why is that? How come we're letting, not us, but how come your loyal voters are letting you get away with that?
Mm-hmm. That's it. I keep going back to that too. How I don't understand how we can just disregard that. Yeah, it's really, really, really frustrating.
Yeah.
For sure.
One more thought before, and then if things with G are sorted and organized, then we can hear her thoughts. But one more thought from me. It's been interesting. I alluded to this slightly earlier and during this last week's filibuster, but I have never had faith in our government system. I think that's true for a lot of people, both involved in this and not. My life experiences have made me very skeptical of their commitment to the lives of disabled people and trans people. And so what I keep coming back to is that if I'm going through this, as much confusion and disappointment as I am already, having not expected them to care or represent me. I can't even imagine the level of disappointment and betrayal from people who have previously felt represented by government officials and have not felt like they had to take direct action to have their lives fulfilled and meaningful and represented on a political level. So yeah, again, I think that this connection for disability community, and this, I hesitate to use the word because sometimes it has negative connotations depending on your political affiliations, but I think that radicalization is a good thing in this regard. I think that we can all be radicalized by current politics and events. And I really hate when I can't remember the originator of a quote, because I always like to name the people I get my knowledge from. So if someone else knows the person I'm quoting, but the quote, "Let this radicalize you rather than lead you to despair," is something I hold deeply throughout all of this.
Yeah.
I've just been going back and forth with G about her comment that she really wants to add, and it's so hard to not have her be able to be directly part of this. It really is. Would be that much richer. But we're just, you know, she was hearing us talk about our problems with accessing the things that we need. And as part of her statement to the Senate, she told the story of her cushion. And I don't know how many of you heard that story or have heard it, but I'll try to tell it as best I can. Because what it does is it shows, you know, we could talk about, oh, this person who's, you know, got a car and her new wheelchair doesn't fit in it, or this person whose wheelchair got broken by the airline. But when you add poverty to that story, it adds an just like it's multiplied to the nth degree. The barriers are so many more and so much harder to navigate. So the story that she told to try to sort of communicate that to the senators was she uses a wheelchair, and of course she sits on a cushion. And she noticed one day when she was transferring out of her chair that her cushion was saturated, was heavy. And like many people who have disabilities, she suffers, or not suffers, I'm not going to use that word, but she deals with incontinence from time to time. So what she realized was that the cushion had some sort of an opening or a hole or a crack in the cover, so that the foam inside had become saturated with urine. And so there she was left with a cushion that is saturated, and of course will smell badly, and it's impossible to clean because it's not meant to be cleaned on the inside. And so what that means for her is that in order to get a new cushion, because if she was someone who could just call up and order one, well, it would be at her doorstep probably in, you know, within a week or maybe less. But she would now have to go through the steps of contacting, and I am not sure exactly the steps, but I think you first have to contact the ministry, who would then contact an OT, who would then contact you to come and do an assessment to see whether you really, in fact, do need a new cushion, which are, you know, steps that could easily be eliminated because it's not hard to discover whether you need a new cushion or not. And then that that OT would decide what new cushion you were allowed to get and order. And then that OT would put an order in to some vendor who would then order in the cushion. hopefully at some point. And each of those steps could have a month in between easily. And so that means that as a disabled woman, she is using this, this not pleasant, this very unpleasant cushion for months because of the red tape and the steps and the gatekeeping in just providing something that is clearly something that she needs. And I would even add an observation of my own to that story is that when we talk about stigma and people feeling uncomfortable sometimes, I would just say that having to go out amongst people, potentially to do your job or to use transit, when you're using a cushion that doesn't smell good, does not help with that. It's not helpful. So it is a profoundly different experience when you are poor, when you're dependent on all these levels of system to assess and decide what you do or do not need in order to just live your life.
Absolutely.
So I think that's a really, really important thing to always be aware of, particularly for some of us who happen to have access to more financial resources than others. And often it just is, life works differently. But it's easy to lose sight of that whole other, I would say, multiple layers that poor people have to navigate and be patient about. And so I think that's a really important story.
I also want to highlight something that G just said in the chat a few minutes ago that I think is really important and relates to what we were saying earlier, was there's, as you were relaying for her, there's no agency when you're poor. And additionally, consumerism and capitalism won't save us from that. As much as sometimes we might hope that it will, or sometimes it'll make things easier for some of us for brief moments. At the end of the day, colonial capitalism is often at the root of all of these things, and we have to be in struggle with the whole of it, as difficult as that is.
Yes, the system, and rather than trying to work within the system, we have to fight the system itself. It's tempting because the system is powerful and huge and overrides everything, but it is actually the problem.
Yeah, it's keeping you alive. What I'm always trying to balance, and I think all of the other organizers in my life as well, is keeping each other alive within the system while ultimately fighting the power of the system. And it's a very complex balancing act that we don't always get right.
And it does, I mean, just to refer back to where we started today, I think it does remind us, just as Senator McCallum's remarks reminded us, that this is part of a much, as big as this struggle feels, it is part of a much bigger struggle with so many peoples who have been harmed deeply by colonialism and all of its spawn.
Yep.
Very much.
That does bring us to the end of that hour. Again, things go by so quickly. I want to transition into the next hour, which is a bit of it's very similar to what we've been doing for this past hour, just with some more voices. But first I would like to read Gabrielle's piece that she wrote. It's a bit of a stream of consciousness piece. And I think that this is kind of a good transition moment to do that, because it brings a lot of energy into this last hour of broadcasting that we have. And I think that's really what's driving this conversation. So that's good with everyone?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, here. Pull it up here. For a bit of context for myself first. So I'm reading a piece that G wrote called 3 Men Talking and Now I Have 3 Minutes. And I am going to do it as much justice as I possibly can. I have past life experience, we'll call it, as a performing poet. And that's how I want to be reading this piece. I think that it is an energizing and energized piece. I think it's an angry piece, which is valuable in all circles. And yeah, so here we go. And G, I hope this does your words some justice. Start the clock. I'm wondering how privileged and protected you have to be to call our culture death denying. People in my world drop dead, fall from the sky, decompose while people walk by, no funerals or memorials. They're just gone. Day I moved in, coroner moved a young man out. It was hot. So the aroma meant he couldn't be ignored in death as he had been in life. I'm white, but poor. I'm on the upside of Crip life. Police don't shoot me when I yell at the cars that almost hit me when I cross on green lights. My rage is red as annoying, not dangerous. An Indigenous person I spoke with said they lost 25 family members, many to suicide and the so-called overdose crisis. Karen Ward calls it a poisoning crisis. Power picks words. Powerless get critique. The Indigenous leader told the Senate they didn't want the neo-colonialist death cult on their land. They can name and date stamp the first ever suicide we caused. Our biological warfare isn't blankets. It's us, our culture. Are you suffering under the weight of generations of trauma we inflicted? We have a lethal injection that'll fix that. My friend, who is a downtown East Side policy advisor, has few friends left alive. So who is it that is death denying, and why the binary to glorifying? He says having the option to die will give him peace of mind. My bucket list requires me to be alive. Not dying has never been a concern for my kind. I'm the person good Crips don't want to be mistaken for. I'm the one who gets a government check to almost pay for me to almost survive, never live, just hang in a purgatory of punishment of surplus humanity, unable to create surplus value. I'm the shameful one, the ungrateful one. I'm the greedy one, a taker who doesn't help make the rich richer. I'm the boil on the parasite. C7 is the scalpel to remove me. I'm read as everything they hate. When I show up at the hospital gate, I'm in the crosshairs of a country that is preloaded with ableism and racism because some people are afraid of facing their own humanity, living and dying on their own terms. Fuck the world for thinking they could ever be weak. On their own terms, sailed oceans for colonialism on their own terms, hung tight to the right to enslave other humans on their own terms. They dictate, they demand. Wiping their own ass defines them as a man. Not needing another is what makes them better. Help is hell if you've spent your life spitting into open hands and now they demand I die for their myths, their religion of individualism. Their altar to utilitarianism needs Crip bones and blood to sacrifice. Death on demand is the gift for those who have everything. Consumer checklist complete. Thank you, G.
That was awesome. Both of you. So good.
I think I'm not used to performing a poem and then still being on stage, so to speak. Because normally in slam poetry, you do a poem and you immediately go hide in a corner as you get judged with numbers. So with my weird energy, G gives me a 10. It's the only number that's ever mattered to me then. Yeah, with that energy, I want to bring next Jane and Moon to share a song in this little artistic space. I'm going to ask that Fenrir helps with tech support here as I handle something in the back, and maybe Spring, you can do front hosting for now.
Yep. And Catherine. Catherine, would you like to introduce this next piece? Because you're, these are your people.
I certainly know them both. Yeah, I can vouch for them. So Jane Field and I go back many, many years. Our acquaintances initially happened at protests, imagine that. Protests and rallies, and we spoke about one of them the other day in a broadcast where we first met was in the campaign for equal marriage. And I remember really liking Jane's vibe and liking her and thinking be nice to work with her again. And then there was Tracy Latimer, and we had reached out, we were holding vigils, and we had reached out to choirs, and the Tracy Latimer case was so controversial that that we couldn't get support from a choir because there were too many mixed opinions, and people thought that Robert Latimer was a good guy and did what he had to do. But I sort of figured in my gut that Jane Field would get it. And so I remember reaching out to her, and just as Peter talked earlier today about the endurance it requires to do demonstrations outdoors in winter, there was Jane on a February day, and we were trying to heat up her fingers so that she could play the guitar to play a song at our vigil for Tracy. And after that experience of nearly freezing to death together, we became very good friends. Jane is has her own incredible story, an amazing voice, both in terms of her modes of expression, her ability to express complex politics in straight talk and clear talk. And she's been a great ally and member of our community for a long time. So it's a pleasure to welcome Jane, and it's also a great pleasure to welcome Moon into the filibuster circle, one of our strong allies who almost single-handedly moved the needle, put so much pressure on her, on one MP in one New Brunswick city, that there was actually a change. The vote actually changed, and Moon has been fierce in her opposition to Bill C-7. She's a longtime friend that I came to know quite separately from Jane, but then, you know, as life unfolds, there are connections, and they have collaborated. Moon is an incredible musician as well, and an incredible ally to social justice work across the country and globally. And it's just wonderful to have you both here together. So thanks and welcome, and over to you.
Thanks very much, Catherine. So yes, my name is Jane Field. I'm a white, elderly woman of 62. I have white, grayish white hair, and it's short. I'm sitting in my dining room with the living room, I guess is what you see behind me, with one of my many bookcases. I am on the land of the Mississauga, Huron-Wendat, and Seneca peoples, I believe. And yeah, it's great to be here. And I'll let Moon introduce herself, and then I guess we'll go from there.
Thank you, Jane. It's so lovely to be here. Thank you for the invitation. So great to see you too, Catherine. And Quinn, that was a remarkable poem. Just remarkable. Thank you for that.
I want to, kind of like... I would like to highlight, it was Gabrielle's poem, and I was just performing it on her behalf, but I agree that it's fantastically written.
Wonderful. Thank you, Gabrielle. And I'm here on the shores of the Woolastook River, also known as the St. John River, here in Fredericton, New Brunswick. And this is Wabanaki territory, Wabanaki Confederacy, and the territory of the Maliseet, now known as the Wolastoqiyik. And we live under treaty, the Peace and Friendship Treaty of 1725. One of the earliest areas that the colonials came to. And I'm a white woman, a lesbian, and 67. Got you beat there, Jane. You got to catch up. And it has been my great pleasure to be a colleague of Jane's as a musician, and have enjoyed until I left Toronto, some good times making music together. So through the magic of Zoom and technology, we've managed to collaborate. Jane wrote the words of a song and contacted me a week ago asking if I would find a tune for it. So this is a collaboration, and we will... I guess we'll give it a spin. Jane, would you like to speak to the song, please?
Yeah, thanks, Moon. So I've been a singer-songwriter for many years, and started out in the early 90s at many protests and gatherings. As Catherine said, that was what brought us together. And I write mostly satirical songs, tongue-in-cheek, to poke fun at people's attitudes towards disability and lesbian and gay, queer, trans rights, and other issues that I'm personally involved with. And I guess I've always used the humor of my songs to help people, gently help people understand more serious aspects of the issues involved. And as I've gone through the years since my early 30s, I think my songs have gotten a bit angrier and angrier, but still trying to keep some humor there as well. And since Bill C-7 was introduced way back, I've been thinking about the issues, and kind of in the back of my mind thinking, I need a song about this. So for me, my songs are a way of talking to people about issues that they might otherwise not have bothered to think about. And I think I'm really quite taken aback at just how many people in my circles, I belong to a social justice choir, and yet people are really unaware of what Bill C-7 was all about. They still seem to think that, oh, something about MAID, but wasn't that already passed? And oh, well, I mean, they just have a vague sense of what's going on. So I think I realized that one thing that what can a solitary person do? Well, one thing a solitary person can do is join a whole lot of other people like this and work together on an issue. And if I feel that my voice won't be heard, I need more voices, and I need to keep talking to people. And even if I talk to one person in my choir who didn't understand the issue, and after talking to me, that person has a whole new understanding, a whole new way of looking at things, and goes away and talks to other people, we keep moving forward and we keep the issue in the front and center of people's consciousness, because it hasn't been there. It hasn't been in the front and center of our media. You find articles buried in the newspapers, but not out front and center. It hasn't been on the national news while the bill was going through the House and then the Senate and back to the House and back to the Senate. People just didn't know. So anyway, all that to say, I went to bed one night. I hadn't written anything, and we'd gotten this far. Last week, the filibuster had started, and I thought, I need a song. And as I was falling asleep one night, I just thought, yeah, they're voting on Bill C7. It's an invitation into heaven. And just that line, that rhyme came to me, and I thought, I have to do something with that. So the next day I just sat down and wrote the song and sent it to Catherine, but I didn't have a tune for it. And I was really thrilled that Moon offered, when I asked her, to take the time out of her busy schedule to come up with a tune to help express the lyrics musically. I'm not playing my guitar anymore these days because of my disability, but that doesn't mean that I don't still write songs. So I just need help. And it's wonderful that I could ask Moon for such help. So I think Moon put a tune to it and sang it. And the idea was that I was going to sing it with Moon, but again, I just didn't have the technical know-how to record a track that could then be mixed in with Moon's track. And so, but there's still time for that, because we've got lots of time to keep working on this issue and to keep fighting. So I think Anir is going to play the song, or how's this going to work?
So my understanding was that Moon would share the track from your end there. You should be able to, if you share your screen, there should be an option to also share your computer audio at the same time. If you want to do that, there's a green button. For those of you that can see the color green, I can't. But there is a green button that's titled Share Screen, and you should be able to.
We thought that you guys were going to do it at the technical end. So are you able to do that, Moon?
I'm not sure.
I can. Oh, Fenrir says that they got it. Fenrir's gonna just take a minute here. No worries, no worries.
Yay for Fenrir.
Yeah, yay for Fenrir always.
Yes.
Keeping me alive back here. There's the lyrics. Fenrir, do you have the track?
And just to flag for people, we should probably all mute when it's playing.
Absolutely.
Yes. I could. Okay, great.
7, an invitation into heaven, a chance for us to leave this earth too soon. Aren't we lucky, so you say, we can die and go away, end our pain and leave this world? How opportune. Don't offer me the right to die with this unjust law you've inscribed, law based in ableist assumptions. You think that life is surely done if you need help to wipe your bum, but life is so much more than bodily function. So think of what you're saying, that my life is not worth saving. What do you know about the way I live? I have friends and I have love, I have hopes I'm dreaming of, and I value everything I have to give. We need laws that help us thrive, laws that keep us all alive, laws that let us live with equal access. Let us stay in our own homes, give us support to live alone, vote for laws that lead to health and happiness. So rethink what you are saying, my life it is worth saving. I want you to know about the way I live. I have friends and I have love, I have hopes I'm dreaming of. You can learn to value everything I give. But Bill C7 must be unended. We don't need made extended. There's danger looming large within our nation. There are many lives at stake. Stop before it is too late. Stop this shameful, harmful, wrongful legislation.
Thank you, Moon. Thanks for giving us that wonderful tune.
That was great.
Both
Thank
of
you.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
You're most welcome. It was great. Jane, it was great words.
I agree.
So sometimes I think maybe my language is a bit simplistic, but I don't think that's a bad thing to just try to be as straightforward as possible about a very complex issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
it's accessible.
But the whole notion of suffering and who decides what is just intolerable suffering, that phrase just keeps resounding in my head, because yes, people are in pain. They are living in intolerable conditions on cushions that need to be replaced and take months and months and months to get because of poverty, because of racism, and because of ableism. And people are living in extremely painful situations. But to say that the answer to that is so simple, we can just invite you into heaven. We've got a solution here. You can die and go away. It'd be a lot simpler for government agencies, for families, for many people who think that disability is intolerable suffering. And we just have to stop this thinking that what we need to be looking at is the solutions, finding pain relief that works for people, that doesn't cost thousands of dollars to access, palliative care that is compassionate and helps people live out as long as they possibly can the rest of their days, housing and support, the attendant care, so that 20-year-olds don't have to live in nursing homes surrounded only by people who are many generations older than them. Not that there's anything wrong with being with elderly people and learning from each other as experiences and all of that, but you know what I mean. A 20-year-old needs to have community with 20-year-olds as well, and first and foremost. So to put somebody into a situation where they can only live in a care home where they're so far from their own peers is just dreadful and wrong. And it's somebody in that situation that I fear for, because MAID might look like the option, and heaven forbid the only option, unless we get working harder and harder and harder to change that. Sorry, that was a bit of a a bit of a ramble.
Those are all excellent thoughts. Yes, absolutely. I think, Catherine, unless you want to add anything, you and Spring, we are once again, I think we were like, oh, we have so much time we're gonna have to fill, but we are just trucking along very, very speedily. So we are once again at the transition point for another portion of our evening here, or night for some of us. So is there anything you wanted to add before we do that transition?
I just want to say it's all in the spirit of the filibuster, isn't it? And Jane and Moon, that was awesome. It's a great song. It's a great anthem for our times. As you both know, no struggle for justice has ever flourished without the arts and without music. And it was beautifully performed, and it was elegantly crafted, Jane, and thank you to both of you.
Thanks, Catherine.
You're so welcome.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to and joining us today, sharing, but also coming. So,
yeah.
It's nice to meet you.
And stick around. I think the next conversation, we old folks can be voyeurs, and the next conversation, who knows what we'll learn, but I always learn.
I love what you said, Jane. Heaven forbid.
Yeah.
As your lyrics pointed out.
Yes, that was excellent.
And thank you for your very kind words, Catherine. I really appreciate that. That went right to the heart.
So yeah, if you folks want to stick around for our next panel, we have a couple young folk, so to speak. If we're saying I'm of a certain age or elderly, we can call these next folks some young folk, myself included. Unfortunately, one of our member, Teddy, is unable to join us. There was a very upsetting incident in their building, and the message they want me to convey to you folks is that due to the combination of both ableism and racism, they're no longer able to join us today, which is of course upsetting and very unfortunate. I know that I deeply value the perspective that Teddy was going to bring about disabled identity, community, and politics from a queer and Vietnamese perspective. And as a member of like a family with multiple disabled people in it. So to Teddy, if you're still watching, I know you were earlier, and I know that you're still in this call. But yeah, if you're still watching, I just want to say personally that I'm sorry that your day went sideways so terribly with the ableism and the racism, and I hope that we can have you broadcast another day. So our other panelists are Jay and Corin, and I hope that I put the right stressors on your name, Corin. But if you folks want to turn on your camera or unmute yourself or otherwise make your presence known, we can have a little chat for the next 20 or so minutes. Oh, and we have Jasper as well. Hurrah.
Howdy.
So, Corin, again, I want to check. I'm putting the right stressors on your name in the right place, or
you
am I not?
are. You are.
Okay,
Rarely
cool.
do people do that, but yes, you are. Thank you.
Awesome. So, Jay and Jasper are with us, and Jay had proposed during the original filibuster, and we didn't have time to get to it. But they had proposed we have a conversation about disability income assistance rates. And now that the provincial government has come out with this bogus increase in BC, I think that's more relevant than ever. And of course, poverty and C7, as we've heard this whole broadcast, are intricately connected. So Jay and Jasper, do you wanna get us started? I don't want to put any pressure on you there. It seems like you're still getting sorted.
We can do our like introductions and descriptions
Yes,
and stuff.
give your descriptions and introductions.
Oh, so I'm Jay. They and he pronouns. As far as how I look, I've got a messy green mullet, some scruffy facial hair, a black t-shirt with an apple that has teeth in it, from a cool podcast. Jasper?
Yeah, my name's Jasper. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a light-skinned Indigenous person. I've got like, what's the hair? I've got brown hair a little past my shoulders, wearing like a black shirt and overalls. Yeah. Our internet's kind of spotty, so fingers crossed.
If there's any delay, it's okay. I'll wait for
I'm
y'all.
also a white person. Our background, we've got like a bookshelf and a dinosaur poster.
Awesome. Corin, do you want to do an introduction with a description of yourself?
I definitely can. So, Corin, I am a white person, masculine presenting, wearing a kind of tealish cardigan and sort of a cranberry and white shirt, and glasses and short brown hair. Behind me is some original, very vintage wood paneling, some books, some lamps, general household items, and I'm coming to you from the land of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people.
Awesome.
Jasper and I are also on the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh land.
Yeah, so did one of you want to get us started talking about PWD rates? Would you like me to get you started in that conversation and give you a bit of a lead there? Sure. How do you want this to work? Yeah, do you want me to give you a lead in there?
Yes.
So, I mean, I know that at least 3 of us in this conversation, I don't want to make assumptions about income for everyone here, but multiple people in this conversation are on so-called PWD, people with disabilities. It's shorthand for the disability income assistance, at least in BC. And I mean, as we talked about before, it is below poverty rates quite significantly. I think it's almost half of the supposed poverty rates, which already still have quite a bit of, not everyone thinks that they're completely accurate, let's say. But yeah, so PWD rates are very low. And this past week, the BC government made an announcement that they would be making a permanent increase in quotations of $175. That said, I know I have made several public comments about this fact, personally and to media, that earlier in the pandemic, we were given a temporary supplement of $300. And again, as we said earlier in the broadcast, a lot of people, when we received that supplement, were suddenly able to buy food for the whole month on top of all of the rest of the living expenses of being disabled and just a human being. And this $175 permanent increase is not on top of that $300 supplement. It is, that supplement was scaled back and then completely removed, and the $175 is to our old rates. Does one of you want to take it away about how that has impacted you, about connections you see to C7, or poverty and disability community in general?
Yeah, like you said, we had our original 300, and when it was announced for that first scale back of 150, there was a lot of push, like 300 to live was sort of a movement going on, and collecting signatures and having people fill out a form of like the ways that the 300 has allowed them to live. And like you said, so many of us could actually afford food or our medication and just basic daily things. I know you quote tweeted this from John Horgan when the first 150 was scaled back in December, and the phrasing of the tweet was just so insulting. It was that we're giving disabled people an extra 150, which totally covered up the fact that they were actually taking away 150.
And it's also like the wording that they use to talk about that makes it so people who aren't aware, like people who aren't disabled and all, think that it's like a nice thing, and then it kind of creates this thing where it's like, oh well, like shouldn't you be grateful that this is happening? Like look at all the good things they're doing. Like why are you so greedy for like all this free stuff? Like it's just like really insulting and just like creates like more of a culture or like that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think what you said, it's insulting. That's something I keep saying to people who are just hearing about it or people who aren't aware of disability income rates. Across Canada, there's no place in Canada that has PWD income assistance or any income assistance that even meets the poverty line.
I think
there was
BC
a recent,
is one of the highest.
Yeah, BC is one of the highest, and in some statistics, we also have some of the higher costs of living, especially in cities. I know ODSP, the Ontario Income Assistance for Disability, is disgustingly low. And then someone, Terrell Tailfeathers on Twitter was, I think it was him, it may have been someone else, was talking about how if you're on reservation as an Indigenous person, you can't even get disability in a lot of cases, and any income assistance you can get is lower than provincial income assistance for people off reservation, which prompted a whole rabbit hole of looking up different sites, sourcing that information across the years. And yeah, at no point in any of the increases that they ever give to disabled people is the conversation ever, how about we meet the poverty line? How about we bring people up to the poverty line? And poverty reduction coalitions across Canada keep saying this as well, is that poverty reduction is not happening in Canada, period, because people on any kind of income assistance are just not part of the conversation.
Yeah. It's like really ironic that in BC at least, the like ministry that does PWD and income assistance is called like the social development and poverty reduction. It's like, great, it's like, sure, whatever you say.
What are you doing for us here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of why we wanted to talk about this is like, these were already conversations we've been having in our own home and with our friends and having so much frustration over. And so we thought, like, we've got this amazing space, so we may as well share those thoughts and bring some light to that. And like to tie it into Bill C-7 and COVID, it's like, this is all happening in tandem. And as a baseline, disabled people have more expenses to live, especially during a pandemic where there's so many things that are limited. And then to have these tiny little scraps taken away while this legislation is passed, it's a really clear message from the government that it's easier for us to fund your death than to fund your living.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, that's something that keeps echoing across the board, is that it's easier to fund disabled death than life for the politicians and the folks in charge. And it shouldn't be. It should not be the case. That's written into our laws from the beginning, and it just keeps getting rewritten and entrenched. And yeah, I think that the energy that the filibuster generated is very important in fighting that entrenchment of inequality. I think Peter spoke very well to some of the progress and movement forward that has already been made, and also to what needs to continue to be made. Corin, do you want to say anything to this?
I don't have experience with PWD. I'm a student at the moment and also teaching part-time. So I don't have experience. I just know what experiences friends have had, and I know how it fits into this effort to keep disabled people miserable in every sense of the word. God forbid we be fulfilled and happy and enjoying our lives, which I think is just, to me, is so upsetting, so heartbreaking, because the disability community for me has been such a source of joy. And so to force a community that is a community of joy, is a community of keeping each other alive, is a community of support and love and hope, and to use the full force of the state to crush that joy and hope and support, I think is beyond cruel. I think it's an active eugenicist project, and I find it incredibly upsetting.
Yeah, absolutely. I know a lot of folks online get upset when we name it as eugenics. And sometimes those people are in disabled community as well. But I think maybe haven't examined and interrogated each of our experiences and positions within society. I think that that's a constant active thing. I know that sometimes I need to be reminded to do that by friends. And I think that it's extraordinarily important to constantly be examining our position, and that we are struggling together against the common systemic marginalization and oppression that we're facing, and to constantly re-examine how we can be in that struggle together and how we can better be doing that with and for each other. I want to highlight something that Jane said, and Jane was on the filibuster last week, and a lot of people love Jane, and I think it was Jane, Brianna, and oh, I might be so wrong right now. I am so foggy and tired. I don't want to misname this. Anyways, Jane, beloved friend, beloved community member. But Jane said something about how when other marginalized groups, in this case, we were talking about BIPOC, are burnt out because there are a billion things happening in the world at once. White people, non-disabled people, again, in this case, we were talking about BIPOC, so in this case, it was white people, need to step up and be in solidarity and taking the lead in organizing. And I think that that's so important to remember, because often we think about representation, who's on screen, who's in the room. And that's important, obviously, it's important, but what Jane said about stepping up when other marginalized groups are burnt out or are just exhausted from the struggle, I think is in complement to that representation and that who is speaking out in this moment. We have about 5 more minutes on our scheduled broadcast. Does anyone want to add some more thoughts in kind of a wrap up sort of way, so that we're not ending on a super loose end here? And I invite Catherine and Spring to also come into this, but absolutely Jay, Jasper, and Corin, if you want to add anything further in these last moments, please do.
I think I would say, in terms of, folks being burnt out, and I see you, looking fairly tired right now after all of your organizing work on this. And I'm so grateful to everybody who's been doing this organizing work. And I'm sure that, exhausted is how many of you feel. And it's how any of us feel dealing with ableism day in and day out. And I think that it's really important that when folks do step up, non-disabled folks do step up and in solidarity with our community, that there's a methodology to that. And I find that so many non-disabled people who even have done decades of work with and for disabled people, putting those in scare quotes, don't really understand that methodology. And there's absolutely a place, and in fact a need for non-disabled people in disability activism, but it is a support role. And
absolutely,
there's no glory in it. And if they're here for the glory, they need to step away.
Absolutely.
And, I think that's something that I can't really stress enough, say enough.
Yes.
Very, very important.
Yes. When we're in solidarity with others, it is always in those support roles. I think that is so important. And thank you so much for highlighting that in particular. In direct action, the quote is often, who does the dishes? Are you on the front lines in the action, or are you doing the dishes while everyone else is getting arrested and getting their face in the newspaper? Because someone has to do the breakfast dishes before everyone else goes off to be on the front line. So yeah, thank you, Corin, for that. Jay and Jasper, it looked like you maybe wanted to say something further before we wrap up here.
Well, I want to say, just to that point of showing up, this isn't like a very clearly formed thought, but I was talking to my sister who does like all the land defending stuff about a similar thing, and she was kind of said, oh, it's like low-key trendy to like support Indigenous rights now. And I think there's like, I don't know, I don't really see that for like disability justice so much, which isn't to like compare things, but it's just like interesting that it's like, I suppose maybe like undesirable for able people in a different way.
Yeah, I would love to have maybe, you know, another time have more room for a conversation about intersectionality of Indigenous and activism and disability.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. Thanks, folks. Catherine Spring, do you want to take the wheel on wrap up here?
I won't. I'll let Catherine do the wrap up. But I first wanted to read what Gabrielle posted in the chat.
Oh yes.
About who's going to wash the dishes, and I think she's really right. It says, I think it's time for disabled people who aren't poor to do the dishes, and I agree. It's not just able people in support roles, but also there are people who experience the world with disability in different ways, just like it's intersectionality, like Jay and Jasper were just saying. And so it's important to make sure that for disabled people who aren't poor can be in support roles as well, right? So I think that's a good comment. So thank you, G. And thanks everyone for coming and contributing and speaking and being a part of the filibuster as it carries on in whatever way it does. I'm really looking forward to talking about next steps, because this was really good sort of denouement and processing, and I think I'm really looking forward to hearing from Xi about some of the work that she's done and is working on, and hopefully helping to get some of that to the stage where we can actually, talk about it and present it. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. And thank you, Q and Spring, for co-hosting admirably today, and keeping the filibuster rolling, even though there were a few drops from the schedule. Nimble work there. I'll just note that Senator McCallum has stayed with us and posted in the chat room a moment ago. I'll just scroll up to it. She said, right, well, maybe somebody else don't scroll quicker than me and read her note, because my mouse isn't.
I've done the scrolling for you, Catherine.
There she is too. She's here herself.
So Senator McCallum said, thank you for inviting me to join and learn the myriad and complex challenges the community faces. And I'd like to personally say thank you so much for listening and joining us for so long. I know it means a lot to myself personally.
Indeed, to all of us, Senator McCallum. And if there's anything you'd like to say in closing, we welcome your voice. You're muted, Senator McCallum. I'm sorry.
Sorry. I just wanted to again extend our office for any help that you may need, and that you would lead the process. It wouldn't be Senate that would be leading it. That's very important. And there's a couple of ideas I have that we can see if they could work for you. Like, for instance, I don't know if they have a federal disability commissioner. that we can see if that's something you're interested in. And I'm interested in I have written to provinces about concerns I have, and it's usually with resource extraction. I'm involved in resource extraction a lot. So I have worked with BC, with Site C Dam and Manitoba, and I'm in Winnipeg, by the way. So with the PWD, and I'm very interested in that and challenging that and bringing it to Senate. On Friday, I'm meeting with the facilitators group from the senators from our group, which is the largest group, and they're looking at what are some of the provincial areas of concern, because I keep bringing it up because senators say, well, we can't get involved in provinces. I said, of course we can. That's who we represent, you know, and I will continue to challenge the provinces, and I do. So that's something I will bring up with them. And the other, I love the song. I really love the song. And I think if you were to approach APTN to interview the group and have that song put in, if you were to ask Power and Politics to see if a group could go on and hear that your side of the story. And I mean, there's so much that you talked about. So I've made a lot of notes. I will look at them again. And I just wanted to tell you that when you talked about people going to their MPs and senators, I don't know if our office was approached, because I would have gone to that. And the only way I found out was, like I said, through Neil when I asked him. And then the access to problems, you know, to things that you need, like the cushion and the story. And when it was told in Senate, I talk about stories and what it means. And that is how Indigenous people and health professionals look at their relationship with the people that we provide service to and with them, and that we listen in the story and what was underneath that cushion and story, because some people just stick to that. So that was a powerful thing. And then the one about the intolerable pain, you know, that I did bring that up in Senate, but there was a lot. So I'll look at this and I'll make a note of where we may be able to offer you help and offer suggestions on how we could work together. But I just want to really thank you again for sharing and the amazing, amazing work that you have done. And I don't fully understand it because I'm not from the disability community, but I have empathy because I'm from the Indigenous community, and I understand colonialism. So I just want to say thank you again so very, very much.
Okay. Thanks so much, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. And it is very evident to us that you do understand. So thank you for that. Spring, I see a note from Gabrielle for the Senate.
Yeah, I was just about to offer to read that aloud to the Senator. Gabrielle said, "Senator, you carried hope and care into this meeting, and every time you speak, you melt my rage and my eyes fill with tears." And I want to echo that. It's been an honor to have you here.
Okay, I just want to share something. When we look at the emotions that pass through us, the elders told us, honor the emotions. And it is to let the emotion be the rage. If we chase it away, that rage stays with us. So it's okay to feel the rage. It's okay to feel the anger. It has a purpose. But we need to, you know, like I need to channel it so that one of the persons said to me, anger is like you hanging on to a rock the rock will take you wherever it wants to go. You're not in charge. And that always has stuck with my mind and moved me not to act from anger or not to act from negative energy, because it will only bring negative, right? So I try to do my work without the negative energy there. And that is how I had approached the work that I was doing with Neil. And thank you again so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think that should be our last word. What do you think, too? Yeah.
I do agree.
Yeah.
So thanks, everybody. And that's the end of this week.
Good night.
Thank you. We'll see you next week.